Hey everybody, um, I'll be able to show you guys my face a little bit later. For now, my light here, the light that I'm using, is I'm charging it. So I don't know if you guys can see me clearly, but for some reason my light is not working. So I'm kind of like charging, and then I'll be using, yeah, I think you guys can see me. I'll be using very soon. All right. Well, let me raise, first of all, a word of prayer before I begin sharing this. And I will go ahead. And what I can tell you, 22 people who are joining right now, copy this link and invite as many Black people you know in this world to come here right now. This is a message to all Black people, to those who they consider themselves Africans, and to those who they don't consider themselves Africans as well. If you're Black, this is the message for all Black people in this world. We have been scattered everywhere, so it's for everybody. And I hope today we're going to have an amazing conversation. And let me just say this, that I know what I'm going to talk about today. It's something that some of you might believe in that, and some of you might not believe in that. But we are living in a world of, we have a freedom to express our thoughts. And we're going to have that moment today. No one, especially African, especially Black, no one should ever feel like you should not say what you think. You should not say what you believe is right. No one should stop you that. Nothing can stop you from doing that. And most importantly, don't let anything stop you from doing that, for speaking what is right and for standing for what is right, for what you believe is right. Put out there and let people judge. They will judge, because people will always judge, but always put out there and see what's going to happen, because you never know. You're speaking to somebody for whatever you're going to say. So I'm going to raise a word of prayer so that, God's wisdom may be with me here today. God, I thank you for tonight. Thank you that we have this another moment. Forgive our sins. Forgive my sins. And as I am sharing these thoughts and these ideas with your people, with Africans, with Black people around the world, I pray that you will use me. You will use my mouth, you'll use my mind, and that we'll have a conversation that it will be good for our people. Not for myself, not for individualism, but for the continent, for our people in this beautiful Africa continent. So help me and lead me. Give me your wisdom. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, guys, I'm just going to jump right into it. If you can, copy this link and share with somebody out there, because it's very important. Copy this link and share with somebody out there. Recently, I've been saying this in the documentary that I've been sharing with you guys, that the system of this world, the way that it's designed, it was never designed for Black people. For a person like me and you, it was never designed. And when I'm talking about this designing, I'm not talking about God. God, he created this earth, but there are people who pretty much are designing the system of this world, how the world operates and how the world works. And it was never designed for Black people. From the very beginning, back in the days when our grandfather, they were taken away from Africa and they were scattered all over the world. They're everywhere right now. They're scattered all over the world. And the main reason why Black people, why our people, why Africans, they were taken away from Africa, from their home, from their continent. I don't know. We know the history that they were taken by force. to other continents around the world, the main reason why they were not taken to go to find a better life somewhere there. They were not taken to find a job outside of Africa. They were not taken to be in a better place than Africa. They were taken to be used. They were taken to be killed. Because once I'm going to use you, and once you get tired, once you lose your strength, you get old, you no longer have power to work for me, to build my country, to work for a white man. Once you finish everything and you no longer have power, you will be killed. So we all know the story of our ancestors, how they were taken away from Africa and being brought to different places around the world, not for a better life, but for a worse life, to become slaves. Some of them, they were killed along the process. And the people that they were choosing are people that they were strong, that they were able to actually do something to work for the white man, for the colonizers, basically. So they were taken away. And they worked so hard, they built countries. That's how our people, from the very start, they were taken away from Africa. They were taken specifically to be slaves outside of Africa, outside of their home. So they went there, they worked. You all guys know about the story of civil rights and everything, how they were fighting Martin Luther King and all these great fighters, that they fought so hard. Until right now, they're still fighting so hard to demand the equal right between a black man and a white man or other races. And shout out to them. But I'm afraid saying that the system that we're designing in this world, it was never meant to give equal rights to a black man. So no matter how much hard we are going to fight, we will never get the equal rights we want. Because that's how the system were built. And if you want to change that, if you want to get equal rights, if you want to be the same, if you want to be treated like a normal human being, then we must change the system. And it's almost impossible to change the system because that's what built these countries out there. The system that exploits a black man, the system that undermines a black man, the system that uses a black man as a slave is what built America. Is what built so many parts of the world that these black people, they went and they worked, and they were working like a donkey, like the way we're using donkey here in Africa. That's how the system were created, and that's how those countries were built. So today, demanding the same right with everybody, with a man who once used to be your master, with a man who knows that this system that we created is what brought us where we are. Like the man who has a pride of his country or whatever, his place, that the reason why this place it is the way it is, it's because of our ancestors who were used to work and to do everything that they did. I'm not disregarding any other facts, but I want to base on this one because there's a point I want to make there. So why I'm saying this, am I saying this to say that, hey, you should stop fighting for equal rights? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm giving you a different perspective, that It is true, our people were taken long time ago and they're outside, and now we have a new generation that didn't experience slavery, didn't do that. I mean, the new generation, millennium, let's say. And the only thing they know is that, oh, this is my home. This is my place because this is where I was born. I have a right to have everything just like anybody else has. Without knowing that, okay, let me not say without knowing that, because they do know that the system, they know the history and how their grandfathers, they went to this place and work. So that's why wherever you go around the world, you will see, wherever you go, guys, wherever you go, whether it's Asia, whether it's America, whether it's Europe, whether it's whatever, Australia, wherever you go, you will find always Black men struggling, always Black men suffering to make through. Because the system were never designed for him to be equal with another man, with a white man or with the Asian man. The system were designed for him to be a slave. So you go today in those countries, you find a lot of Black peoples, and a lot of the majority of Black people, the work they are doing, the places they're living, it's not the same as the white man. Oh, it's not the same as the Asian man. It's not the same. Because the system were created to undermine, to exploit a Black man. And so if you want to see a change of whatever you are, you must change the system. You must change the system. But this is the new perspective that I want to give you today. Maybe system might never be changed. Maybe the system of where you are right now might never be changed, because that's what built that place. That's why you find people in another place like America, you find people that they're really proud. You're really proud. You know, this flag that a lot of Black people, they hate, the flag that represents, you know, racism. Like this is a group of people who never wanted to get rid of slavery because they believe that this is what built this country. This is good for our country. This is good for our people. That's what they do believe. You have people until today that they're still proud of slavery. You have people until today that they still wish, they're even talking about it, to want to have slavery, because they believe that is good for their countries, because that's how the country were built at the beginning. But let me give you a different perspective. Why my title today, it says, my message to all Black people around the world. And my thumbnail, Black people must stand with Africa. The time is now. This is my point. If you are a Black man, if you're a Black woman, and you're outside of Africa, you must know your history. And I am really glad, because there's a lot of Black people out there who they're finding their heritage. They're finding their roots, like where they're coming from, like where are their bloodline coming from. There's a lot of them doing that right now because they want to find where exactly they're coming from. If you're a Black person out there, you have to know that your roots are here in Africa. This is your home. This is your heritage. This is your place that somebody took you away, took your ancestors away, and brought to another place. And they became slaves to build these nations, these places. And today, you grow up there. You have a citizenship of that country, but you're still experiencing racism. You're still experiencing exploitation day after day. The system is still undermining you because it's basically not your home. All right, I gotta be careful of saying this. What I'm trying to say is this. For those who do not understand that Africa is your home, and at the end of the day, whatever you're facing, whatever you're facing, today I want to extend this invitation. I want to extend invitation to all of you who are outside of Africa, that this is your home. This is the place that you're given by God to be here. It's your home. It's your place. It's your home. If you ever felt like you're not at home, if you've been very frustrated with everything that is going on and happening, you have to know that this is your home. Africa is your home. Find your roots in Africa. Know where you are coming from, because this is your home. This is where your ancestors, your grandfather, they were taken away and brought somewhere else to work for someone else, for another system. And the same thing, it happened here in Africa, because most of countries here in Africa, we were colonized. The reason why we were colonized, so that we may continue to do the same thing that our grandfather, they were doing outside of Africa. So our grandfather, they were taken and worked somewhere there outside of Africa. And at the same time, in Africa, in our continent, we were also being used to work for them in our own land, in our own place. Why? Because they were also creating a system that can undermine Africa, not just outside of the continent, but also inside of the continent. So today, even here in Africa, you still have systems that are working against black men, black skin, because that's how it was designed. That's how the foundation it was built during colonization, to make sure that a black man will always be inferior, will always need support, will always feel lesser than another color. And that's what we are fighting. And that's what so many great leaders have been fighting, for that system to disappear, and reminding Africans that Africans, we have to decolonize our mind and to understand that this is our land. Let no colonization, let no colonialism take your confidence down, thinking that you're not worthy, thinking that you're not able, thinking that this is not your home. No, this is your home. This is your place. You should feel proud of, and you should protect at all costs. I'm saying this because there are black people out there who do not care about Africa, who do not feel like Africa is their home, maybe because they've never been here, maybe because they don't know their history, maybe because they don't know where are their roots coming from. But they think when they look at Africa, they feel sorry for it. They shake their head and they're like, that continent. I want to tell you, the system of this world that has been designed, it will come a day that it will never work for black people. And black people, most of them, they begin to realize right now, they're moving back to Africa. They're moving back to Africa. They say, I want to go back home. I want to feel like a human being again. I want to feel like I live a life again. I want to be in a place where I'm accepted. I want to be in a place where I'm happy. I want to be in a place where I'm just like a normal human being. And most of them are moving back to Africa, because they do realize and they do know that Africa is their home. And what do you do when you realize that Africa is your home? You build house. You build businesses. You build roads. You build industries. You settle down because it's your home. When you're not at home, you don't even worry. You don't even think about building a house because it's not your home. Why should you build a house? Building a house means you're going to settle. But why should you build a house if this is not your home? I really want my brothers and sisters, black people, to really wake up and to understand that Africa is your home. It's the only place in this world. It's the only place in this world that you feel at home. I will say this again. You might be feeling at home today in Australia, in America, in the UK, in the Brazil. You might be feeling at home. But look, maybe you have never been to Africa. For those who have been to Africa, they saw what I'm saying right now. They felt what I'm saying right now. Because this is your home. Like, this is the place that were built for you. Yes, you might be in the exile right now, but one day when you come back home, you'll be welcomed with an open arm, regardless of maybe you've never been born here, you don't even know the language, you don't even know the country, you don't even know your roots, but you'll be welcomed open arms, just simply because you're an African. And this is your place. This is Africa. Actually, it's Africa. So if you're an African, if whatever you are, if you're African American, if you're African European, as long as you have that name Africa in your identity, you have to know that this continent, Africa, is your home. And why I'm saying this, I'm going to say something very sensitive that I share today. And I know that this is very sensitive. And I'm going to be very careful on how I say this, because I want you guys to get me exactly what I'm saying. I don't want you guys to get any other idea, but I want you guys to get exactly what I'm saying. I'm going to be very careful on how I'm going to address this. Oh, this light is not finishing. It's not recharging. Okay. Let me say this, guys. First of all, I want to say this. I want to lay this foundation that I believe that war is the crime against humanity. That's what I do believe. And I want Africans, I want all Black people around the world to pay attention to what I'm going to say right now and to open your eyes to see what is happening. Maybe you've never been interested in Africa because the media doesn't cover Africa as much as you want in a positive way. Maybe because you've been tired to watch Africa in the media because everything you see in the media is about negativity about Africa. You're a Black man, you're a Black woman, you don't know Africa. The only thing you know about Africa is all these different images that you've heard, and you're tired. You're like, I cannot do this anymore. I can't keep watching news about Africa because I always see conflicts. I always see poverty. I hate this place. This place is not my home. My home is here where I'm born. I'm feeling comfortable, and this is where I'm going to die. I want to remind you this. Maybe you don't know much about Africa because no media cover the positivity of Africa. And maybe you don't even know what's going on in Africa right now because you're not interested in Africa. But I want to tell you this. In Africa, we have wars that are happening right now. People are dying. People are losing their lives. And nobody's talking about it. Nobody's giving a damn about it. Nobody has never given a damn about whatever that's going on in Africa. No one. The world? No. International organizations? No. Because there's no any effort to stop whatever that is going on. If you give a damn about what's going on in Africa, if you give a damn about what's going on in Ethiopia, in Somalia, in Congo, in Mali, if you give a damn about what's going on in Africa, why you're not doing something about it? The reason why we have been having endless conflicts, they never stop because nobody give a damn about Africa. And it's the time for Black people to wake up and to give a damn about Africa. It's a time for Black people to wake up and to know that Africa is your home. And when you fight and you stand for Africa, you are standing and fight for your home. Nobody else is going to defend Africa but Africans, but Black people, not only inside the continent, but all of those who are outside the continent that have been scattered everywhere. Do you know why you were scattered? Do you know the reason why you were scattered? I say this at the beginning, that those people, those our great-great-grandfathers, that they were strong, that they had mind, they had intelligence, they had innovation, they were taken away from Africa to go to work for the white man. That's why today when you go to America, you can see a lot of Black men who are businessmen, billionaires, are doing crazy, amazing things. Do you know why those people are smart? Do you know why they're really smart? Because that was the fresh blood that was taken away from Africa. Just like today, neocolonialism, whereby a young man like me and you, we're getting scholarship, we're moving outside of Africa, we stay there, and then we get the job, we work for them. Brain drain. And we never come back to Africa because we are comfortable with the life there and the money we get. But one thing we forget is that the brain is being taken away from Africa. So you can go anywhere. Man, I'm telling you, man, this because I traveled. If you go outside of Africa and you meet black men there, these people are smart. These people are doing crazy, amazing, insanely thing that people, they don't pay attention to because the system was never designed for them. And a lot of them, they bring them down. Look at America. There's this thing called cancel culture. Canceling every single time. These people are really smart. But the reason why it's because our great-grandfather, who they were strong, they were smart, they were brave, they were taken away. So that blood, it keep running. And let me tell you this. Do you know why they were taken away? So that they may not be able to defend Africa, to protect Africa. They took all the energy, all the intelligence, everything away. And then the rest of people who were here, they were colonized. And those guys, they were busy working there. Not busy, they were busy like slaving, working for someone else. And right here in Africa, our people were colonized. So everywhere there's a colonization going on, happening. Divide and rule principle is what happens all the time. But now, black people, I want to remind you this. If you've ever thought that Africa is your home, I want you to keep this in your mind, that Africa is your home. Is your home where you were taken illegally. Your great-grandfather, they were taken illegally away from Africa to work somewhere there. That system, it was never designed for us. So now you're smart. Now you study. Now you have money. Now you have intelligence. You have to stand for Africa. What happening in Africa, it has to be something that pains you. It has to be something that pains you. It pains me that a lot of things are going on in Africa, but we are not paying attention, and we are black. But something else is happening out there, and we pay all the attention of what's happening there. I'll tell you this. Do you know why here, Swahili Nation, we paid attention to the Ukrainian war? What is happening there? We had a session here, and we had a couple of criticize, but we stood for one thing and one thing alone, and that is to defend our people that they were stuck in that land. Because that is our mission, to bring back our people that they were stuck in the Ukraine. And we thank God that those people, they left. That's why we stood for that. We stand for humanity. We stand for Africa. Our mission here is Africa. It's to defend the image and bring back all the heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge and create a bridge for oneness and a peaceful Africa. This is our mission. It's for Africa. So right now, I want you to pay attention. The media might not cover what is happening in Africa, but we are an African media. We cover what is happening in Africa. And I want you guys to pay attention to what is happening in Africa. In Africa, there's a wars happening that no one cares about. In Africa, there's a lot of people as refugees are running away from Africa, and nothing is happening to them. Nothing. In fact, they're even being rejected to go to some places when they try to find a good shelter. Why? Because the system, it's never worked for Africa. I'm being very careful to say this because I don't want anyone to feel like I'm hating on of the help and the support that the Ukraine receive right now. But I want you guys to see what is happening and to understand that nobody cares about Africa, not what is happening in Africa, not the refugees, because our people, a lot of people, men that are running away from Africa, some of them, they come back. Some of them, they come back. In fact, if there's something going on in Africa, I really, really, really hope that African governments and African leaders, African leaders will open their heart and accept the refugees that are coming inside from Africa. Like if there's refugees that are coming from Somalia or coming from Ethiopia, I hope that our African countries will open the doors and welcome them, because these are our people. And when we don't accept them and they go outside of Africa, they become slaves. And then we have one of our brother here. He always shares a message on WhatsApp of how our people are having hard time in Saudi Arabia, how so many black people are dying there in the prison. They're being treated like animal. We have our brother here. He's been very passionate and very brutally honest to talk about it, which in some ways I don't agree. But the point is, when our people, they don't find support and help in Africa, they go to Europe. They go to Arabic countries and Middle East. And the way they're being treated, the work they're doing, the places are sleeping, some of them are in prison, they're dying every single day. Every single day, guys. These are our brothers and sisters, and I hope and I pray that our African leaders will open their hearts and accept, as long as you're an African, moving away from the country, your country, we are praying that all these conflicts will come to an end. But in the meantime, when there are our people finding a good shelter, good places to live, I hope our African governments will open the doors and welcome them in, because these are our people. When we don't open our doors for them, they go to Europe, they go to America, they go to Middle East, and what happened there to them? It's crazy, it's insane. You have seen what the media has been covering of what's going on in the Ukraine. You have seen even the announcers, what they're talking about. They say, this is not Africa. This is not Africa. This is not Middle East. This is Europe. You have seen those news. And it's such a misconception of what is happening in Africa. It's a misconception that, okay, this usually happen in Africa, but now it's happened to Europe, so we should pay attention more because it's happening here, and this is our people. That's how they see each other. That's why they're standing for one another. America just gave like $1 billion US. 1 billion US dollar. First time he gave like 200 million, and then 2 days ago Biden gave 800 million US dollar. 1 billion. That's the highest money the US has given to any place. Any place. We cannot sit here and blame them. No, they're doing that because they're together. But Africa, black people, where are you? Why are you not standing for Africa? Why are you not standing for the wars that are happening in Africa? Why are you not standing for your people? Yes, you have a comfortable life somewhere, but are you forgetting that this is your country? This is your home? Are you forgetting that? That one day, when everybody rejects you out there, you come back to Africa and everyone will open their arms open, welcome home. We'll welcome you home with everything we got. Yes, we have issues in Africa. We have government issues. We have things that we don't agree with, but that should not be the reason to run away. Because if you run away, who is going to change this continent? Who is going to change for our people? Am I going to change it alone? No. I mean, we need you guys on the ground here. We need you guys in Africa. This is your home. This is your land. This is why you have to defend. You need to start defending your house before defending anybody else. Because if I defend somebody else and I'm not defending my house, then I'm a hypocrite. If I take care of other kids outside of my house and my kids are dying with hunger, or I abandon my kid, then I'm a hypocrite. This is your home. Whether you know it or not, I want this to get in your mind today that Africa is your home, and come and defend Africa with everything you got, with everything you can. Don't just talk about it. Don't just tweet about it that I stand. I remember the time of what was happening in Nigeria, the time of SARS. A lot of black celebrities say, I stand with Nigeria, stand with Nigeria. It's not just a time to talk. I'm talking to everybody. As long as you're black man, you're black woman, I'm talking to you, man. I don't know, a lot of you are going to hate on me, but I'm talking to you. This is the time. It is the time. Media is not paying attention to what is happening in Africa. Even when it pays attention, it talks in a different way, in the way that they want to portray it, Africa. But we are here in Africa. We see what is happening. I am in Ethiopia. I see what is happening. And you know what? We need you because you are our people. We need diaspora because you guys are our people, our brothers and sisters. We need you guys to stand with Africa. We need you guys to come home to transform this continent. We need your energy. We need your money. We need your intelligence. We need your experience to transform this continent. This is your home, guys. You cannot abandon your home. Maybe you didn't know this, but let this word remind you today that this is your home. And I'm saying this because I have a lot of supporters from diaspora. And I'm saying this knowing that most of you might run away and not support this anymore. And I'm taking that risk. I'm taking that risk. I'm taking that risk. Because if we all, I don't even know the number of diasporas all across the world. How many black people do we have outside of Africa, man? How many? How many, guys? We might, there are a lot, guys. If you guys, please let me know. But how many black people are outside of Africa? How many? And all of y'all, guys, this is your home. Even Obama, man, this is his home. His home. His dad is from Kenya. His home. The previous president of the United States. This is home. He was born in America, yes, but this is home. This is where his roots coming from, and he knows that. He knows that. Let's come to defend Africa because this is our place. This is our home. This is your first home. Let me say that because I'm not going to disregard that you are born in another country. So basically, you know the culture, you know the language, you grew up there. So you have that sense and feeling that this is my home. I agree with you 100%, but that is your second home. This is where your roots are. And this is your home. And I'm saying this because I want black people all around the world to pay attention to what's going on in Africa. To pay attention. And you're not going to see it in media, guys. You're going to need to come to Ethiopia. You're going to need to come to Tanzania. You're going to need to come to Ghana, to Nigeria, to South Africa to see what is happening because no media is covering it. No media is covering it. We're trying our best to cover it, but we don't have resources. We don't have so much resources. I'm here in Ethiopia right now. All this documentary you see, guys, all this document. Do you know why I'm telling you about stories, histories? Do you know why I'm going to go to all African countries just to tell about the histories of these places? Because I want you guys to understand where we're coming from. And do you know how I'm doing it? I'm doing it with my phone. I don't even have mic. I'm doing it with my phone. I don't even have a camera, man, because we don't have resources. So I'll go there. I'll meet the guys. I'll give one guy a camera so you take me. But I'm still trying my best to use what I have to give you guys information about Africa. Today in the afternoon, we had a session to talk about the Magufuli's legacy. One of the strongest leaders we had in Africa. Talk about it, and some of you don't even pay attention because maybe you don't care that, oh, he used to be Tanzanian president. Why should I care? You should care because this is Africa. And shame of you if you don't care about that. If you only care about what is happening in your country and not caring about what's happening in other countries around Africa, shame on you. Shame on you. We need to be honest with one another. You guys are honest with me sometimes. Not sometimes, all the time in the comments. I see it. I read it. And some of them I reply, some of them I don't. Some of them, they hurt me, but, I got to be strong. And I'm honest with you right now. Anything happens in Africa, you should care about it because nobody else cares about it. When the late President Magufuli died, right now it has been 1 year, the media painted so much lies about him. Nobody cared about him. Nobody. I gotta say this, the truth, guys, nobody. I shared the post. I shared all these things about Magufuli everywhere. I shared, man, on YouTube. I share on Instagram. And we can even go and check my Instagram today. See the likes, see the comment, see how many people are interacting. No one. Because, even us, we don't care about what is happening in Africa, in another country, just neighboring country. Black people, we have to change. We have to change. We have to care about Africa. We have to care about what's going on here. And one way of caring is you guys coming home, seeing what is happening. Go travel. If your roots are from Tanzania, go Tanzania, travel, go everywhere. See what is happening. If your roots are from Ethiopia, go Ethiopia, see if Kenya, go and see how you can help. See how you can contribute. That's why we're having this One Africa mission, man. Because we want to bring you guys back home. And we want to build a new system for Africa that will work for Africa. Man, this is our home, man. Do you understand that? This is our home. And when I work for Africa, I work with everything I got. I have no fear in me on what I'm saying. I have no fear in me of what I am doing because I'm doing it for my home, man. I'm building my house. This is where my kids will be living. This is where my family will be living. This is where my grandchildren will live, man. This is my home. I'm building a house for my future kids, man. I'm building my house for my future generation. Will live in a place that they will be proud of, that this is my home. This is my pride. This is my heritage. That's what we are building, man. And this is your place, I'm telling you. If your great-great-great-great-grandfather come today to life, and by the way, they're in heaven, so they're watching over you guys. They're seeing you. They will be so proud that you're coming to your roots and support what is happening in Africa. Support the governments in Africa. No matter what, you don't be too skeptical and too judgmental, because a lot, I gotta be honest, a lot of people who are outside, they're very judgmental about the governments in Africa. And you're not even here. You're not even here. So don't talk about our government if you're not here. Because if you are here, maybe you could have supported it. Maybe you could have changed it. If you cannot change anything, don't complain about it. If you cannot do anything to change, don't complain. Don't even say anything. Just shut up. Don't say anything. Don't say a thing, because it doesn't help. You have a lot of people, man, some people, they really surprise me. They're like, Africa, there's too much corruption. Where there's no corruption? Where there's no corruption. So why you always have to bash on African leaders that, they're too corrupted. That's why I don't want to live in that place. Starting business is so hard. This and this. Oh, yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. So do you think where you are, it's easy? So what are you doing if starting business here is hard? Are you running away? No, you stay right here. You stay right here. You figure out the way to start it. You figure out the way to change that. Yes, it's hard. But that, just because it's hard, it doesn't mean that you have to run away. No, you have to face it. We have to face it. We have to be here on the ground. We have to be here on the ground. It's my call for all Black people out there. I'm not fighting to be your enemy. I'm not fighting to be your enemy. But it's my call that Black people, please, let's wake up. Let's defend Africa. There's a war happening in Africa right now, guys. No one is talking about it. That's why you don't know. You guys can change it. You Black people around the world can change it, because this is your home. This is your first home. If you don't want to come here for you, then come here for your great-great-great-grandfather, who they were taken by force and work like animals to give you the life you have right now. They were home. They didn't want to leave. They were taken away by force. And most of them, they were killed in that journey. Those ships that they were living away from all these places, Cape Town, whatever, in the eastern coast, a lot of them, they died. Africa is the home for Black people. Africa is the home for Africans. When I'm even saying Black people, and that's why I'm saying Black people and African, because I do acknowledge that we have people who don't look like me, but they're still African, because this is where they were born. A lot of them are mixture. A lot of things happen in the past. We cannot disregard them. We cannot. So if you're a different color, from black and feel and know that you are an African, you got to defend this place. You got to stand with Africa, because you're either with us or you're against us. You can't be in this continent and not stand with this continent and then call yourself African. No, you're not African. Let me break this news to you. No matter who you are, if you're not standing with Africans, or you're not standing with Africa, you're not Africa. I don't care even if you look black. Even if you look black, you're not standing with Africa, you're not African. Because being African is not just about look. It's not just about talking. It's about being there. It's about standing with Africa. So you're outside there. Are you standing with Africa? A lot of people are donating money right now because of this war that is happening. How many of you are donating money in Africa because the war is happening here? And not even donating. I don't even want you guys to donate, because I don't want you guys to donate to those international organizations. No. You guys come here. Come with your money. Do something. Build schools. Buy books. Buy medicines. Come with it. Build hospitals. Go to the places that are affected by war. See how many classes have been destroyed. How many books have been burnt out here in Ethiopia. How many people are living in hunger. See that. Come back with your money. Don't even donate anywhere. Please, don't even donate anywhere. Come with your money and do something. Start program. Do something here. Build schools. Build businesses. Give people jobs. Come and do that here in Africa. Waste your money here in Africa, because this is your home and you're not wasting. Whatever you give is supporting someone here. I'm not even asking you to donate for us. No, I'm asking you to come with your own money to do something. Do that. I know we always ask that, oh guys, you super chat. This is my partnership. Okay, membership. Do that to support. But still, you see, like nobody. You see, it's hard. Even we need to talk about it until we drink water. Then I do understand. Money is a sensitive topic, all right? And you don't know how it's being used. Take your money, come with your money to Africa. Do something. Don't even donate. Don't even use what no. Take it, come it with yourself, and do something in Africa, man. A couple weeks ago, there's this one organization. I love these guys. I want to talk about this. Let me show you this video first before talking about this. Let me show you this video. I will talk about these guys, and I think maybe some of you who were there are watching this because I know you're following us. So I want to show this video, and then I will tell you guys who are these guys. Let me show you this video.
Okay, I'll give you the chance to say something at least. Who is he and what he did? Let's give you the chance.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the acknowledgement. My name is Mika Lucas Chavala, and I'm African. And I'm just African who loves Africa. And I hate every time when I see that someone, whether inside Africa or outside of Africa, is taking advantage of us, of what we do have, of our heritage, and of who we are. For so long time, a lot of people have been taking advantage of what we do have, exploiting. And my position as an African is to protect the image of Africa, is to tell the world who I am as an African. I live outside for 9 years. I lived in Korea for 9 years, and I've seen how Africans are being treated. And most of you guys are coming from Canada, maybe in different countries. You know how, they look at you or they look at me. But I don't want to victimize myself. I want to do action. I want to do something.
You know, right now my mood is a little down because I just saw really bad news that just happened, you know, in my country. And, you know, my heart is crying for my people. And that's basically what I've been doing for Ethiopia and for other countries around Africa. Because us as Africans, the best thing we can do, man, is come together, unite, and fight for one another. Because there's no other choice. There's no other choice for us to survive. There's no other choice for us to succeed. There's no other choice for us to prosper if we're divided. And my message is very simple, that unite, become one, and survive, strive, and prosper, or divide, and lose, and die. And we lost so many people. And I'm not ready to see any other brother, my brother and sister from any country in Africa dying because of our division. And I dedicate my life, and I'm dedicating my life. I'm only 29 years old, but until the day I die, I want to fight for my people. And I'm going to give everything, and I'm going to raise my voice. No matter what resistance we have inside the continent or outside the continent, it doesn't matter. But I'm going to give everything I get to fight for my people. And I hope you guys that are here today, you'll have the same conviction in your heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Let me tell you a little bit about these guys. These guys, they call themselves Ethio-Canadians. Ethiopians that are living in Canada. So most of them, they were born there. I mean, young, but the old people, I think they migrated there a long time ago. And what they did, so they prepared this trip, they came back, and this is something that was organized by this guy who was talking at the end. I just shared the video with you in the comment section. So they came, they organized themselves, they brought everything they got. They brought clothes, they brought food, they brought everything. And when they came here, they actually came to give those things away, right? They gave to different, like here, Ethio-based organizations that are supporting people who are affected by the war. So they gave it away. But one story that really shocked me, and they prepared these awards to give to different people who were standing for Ethiopia. So I was lucky enough to be acknowledged and to be recognized by them. So they gave me this plug. But also they gave to EBS, they gave to Arts TV, they gave to some other comedians who were standing for Ethiopia. But one thing that really amazed me, all these things we got, do you know where they're coming from? Because among those people that they were recognizing them, there were one couple, married couple, that they gave 70% of their wedding money. They gave to appreciate those who were standing for Ethiopia, but as well, they give to different people who are affected, like to orphanage, all those stuff, 70% of their wedding money. And they came to that day there with their, like, with the wedding dress and with the suit. Men was in the suit. And I had a chance to talk to them, and I even took picture with them. I mean, the guy, he told me that, hey man, I'm following you on Twitter and we're seeing your work and all this stuff. But my point is, these are people who understand that Africa is my home, and my home right now is going through trouble. I got to do something about it. Yes, I can either sit and complaining that government is not doing anything, this person is not doing anything, or I can actually go and do something. The same thing when I met with Obama. The same thing he told me, the same thing he was talking to me. The reason why he's here, because he's here for his people. His family, he had, like, you know, he is based in the US, but he had to come here, to stay here because his country is in trouble. Why am I saying this? I don't want you guys to be like anyone else, but I want you guys to learn from one another. I want us to learn from one another. Africa is our heritage, and Africa is our home. Let's defend this place, man. Because at the end of the day, man, if you're a black man or black woman, this is the only place you'll be fully accepted. This is the only place you feel at home. This is the only place, man, in this world. This is the only place you walk around the street and somebody's not going to look at you like, oh, look at this, you know, whatever. This is that place. This is that place. And last, let us not forget who we are and where we're coming from. Let us not forget what our roots are. And let's support what is happening in Africa. If you want to donate, come to Africa, come with your money, come and support. There's so many war-affected zones. There's so many people who don't have homes. They're refugees in their own countries, in their own continent. So many people. Let's start with them, because no one else will but us Africans. Let's stand with Africans. Let's stand for Africa. This is our home first. I don't know how many times I can say that. But before I leave and before I finish this, I still want to give an opportunity. If there's anyone out there who want to say something and who want to share something about this topic that I'm talking about right now. And also, let me argue, everybody. Right now, let us be careful on what we are talking about. It's very important to focus on what is happening here in Africa. It's very important because everybody, everywhere, every media, everything is talking about one thing. Everywhere. But there's a lot of things happening in Africa, guys. So let our conversation go towards that direction. Let our conversation go towards Africa. Let our conversation go towards that. Because Africa matters. And nobody else is caring for Africa, but we must care it. And me, as Mika Chavala, as a Swahili nation, Network and One Africa, we must care for Africa, and we will care for Africa. And that will be our topic, because we have so many things to talk about. So many things to talk about. So many actions to do. And we need to talk about it. So I'm welcoming and I'm asking every single one of y'all guys, let's stand for Africa. I know most of you have missed these live streams and being here in the mission. You know, all the time I used to talk like this when I was in Tanzania because I was not in the physical mission. But now I'm here. I'm actually working, right? I am actually doing something. I'm acting. That's why you haven't been seeing me coming here often for the live stream. Don't think that we forget. Don't think that our passion is running out. No, because I'm actually working. I'm doing something. And you guys, you can support anyhow you can to make it happen. I was supposed to leave here like 1 month ago, but I had to extend. And you all know that I went to Gonda for that mission. And there's a lot of things have been done. A lot of things. Thank you, Ghost, for the super chat. I appreciate it, man. If you're a black man or black woman, if you're an African and you're away from Africa, I want to tell you this. Invest in Africa. Build real estate, all right? Help support people. Some people might not have, because a lot of real estate that they build in Africa, they're very luxury. So common people, they cannot afford it unless if you have money for yourself. So as we're building all this stuff, let's make sure that we build affordable places as well. Afforded places for common people, because those are people that will disregard them. Yes, build luxuries, that's good. Build it, it's good. Make money, it's good. But also build just the places that will be affordable for our people who don't have houses. Homeless. I see a lot of homeless men here. I'm here in Addis Ababa. You all know, man, it's not something that we can hide. I see homeless everywhere. Everywhere. If you go even out right now, you see people sleeping outside. Do support that. If you want to support what is happening in Africa, come build even a house for homeless to stay. Okay, let them figure out how they're going to find the food, but at least they have a place to stay. And it's something we can do for our people. We are Africans. We're different. We're better. We care about our people. Even those who are begging for money outside, we care about them. Yes, we may not have money to give it to them, but our heart feels them because they are our people. They are us. So build something. Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't just build luxuries, hotels, and all those things. All those luxuries hotel, white people, they'll come and live in it because it's too expensive and we can't afford black people. Okay, I cannot generalize. Some of us, majority of us, we cannot because it's too expensive. So let's build a gap. You build luxuries, okay, build that, but also build the normal stuff that our people will be there. Will have, man, in Africa, I'm telling you, man, I don't, this is not impossible. Man, I dream Africa with no homeless. Do you understand that? I'm dreaming of Africa with no homeless, and I know Africa, we can do it. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of money. The government can build houses that will keep our people there, regardless of who they are. Can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Africa is your home. And come back home. If you don't have plans, start thinking about it right now, because I'm telling you, your kids will have a better experience here. Have a better experience there. I'm telling you, I experienced racism when I was 19 all the way to 29. It was awful. And I was old enough. But imagine if you're a little kid and you have to go through that every single day. Oh my goodness. That's why we have a generation that they really don't care about anything because of the experience they've had. The little kids right now, they're going through experience like matured people. And they don't care. It's like their system is like it's locked. They don't care about anything because of the experience that they're having outside of Africa. Yes, here there's a bad experience also people are going through. I cannot say that everything is lovey-dovey. It's only honey and milk. Yes, there are also not good experience going on here, but this is home. This is where your roots are. This is where you'll be accepted. And there are things right now going on in Africa. I want to challenge all black people out there, all Africans. I want to challenge you. Guys, talk about what's going on in Africa and figure out the way to support it. Some people are donating right now a lot of money because of what is going on the other side. But man, wars have been happening here in Africa. There's so many countries are going through difficulties here. Donate your money. Oh, come here and support. Don't even donate in this whatever organization. No, come here and support. Oh man, they're gonna hate me, man. Come with your money, support what's going on here. Build schools, build hospitals, build orphanages, build house for the homeless. Build that. Let's create a system for our people. Let's create a system. Let's recreate, because we had before, but let's recreate the system that has been broken by colonization, by all this man. Let's recreate again for our people. Our people needs us. Africa needs us. Hi, Sanu. It's good to see you back. Welcome. It has been a long time, Sanu, seeing you. Well, I have Tarzan here in the line. Hey, Tarzan, how are you, my
sister?
How are you? I wanted to say my brother, and I
know.
Might not be my brother, you know.
I know, but you're going there, but it's okay. I'm doing very well. It is very good to see you. And I was there for the earlier broadcast with the Honorable John Magufuli. I know you said a lot of people didn't tune in, but he was loved, you know, in Kenya, in Africa. I had known him, you know, even before, you know, all this started. This was a man who was an example, you know, not just to other leaders, but to other people, other African people. You know, he showed that we can do this, and it's not just up to, you know, the government, the leaders. We always, you know, put the responsibility, but he put the responsibility on every individual person. You know, if we're going to get rid of the things that we don't want, it has to start with ourselves. So, you know, great honor to the great former President Magufuli. So thank you for covering that.
Appreciate. Yeah, I saw your comments. You had a lot of comments. So I appreciate
Sorry.
no, 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 no. Sorry, that's actually beautiful. You usually love when you see a lot of comments, and I appreciate that you joined today in the afternoon session.
Yes. So speaking about today's topic, it's I think one that is very necessary, especially for the people that are outside of Africa. Another thing that not just the media stuff, but something else that people here tend to think is that Africans don't like them or we have a problem. And I try to tell them as much as possible that we welcome people, we welcome come back home. So I hope this program, when they listen to it, they'll know that we are Africans all over the world, and when we find somebody wherever they are our brother and our sister, and they are welcome to come to the continent at any time. And yeah, so
You say something very important, because I've seen that also a lot. Like I've seen that stereotypical that, oh, you know what, when Africans they go to places like US, black people they don't like them. And when black people, come to Africa, Africans they don't like them. I'll say this. I don't know about the other way around, but here in Africa, as long as you are African, this place, man, it's welcome. We imagine we're welcoming white people, and we know what they did to us back in the past. What about our
right.
own? Just look at that and then understand what kind of people we are. Like we are like this. We always like, hey, hey. Even if you slap me, the next day I'll be like, hey, slap me here as well. Because the Bible says, if I give you this, give me this as well. Okay, slap me this. It's not literally, guys. Okay, don't take that scripture literally. All right, it's not like that. But that's kind of people we are. So instead of just sitting and be like, oh, Africans they don't like us. Africans they always no. Have you experienced that? Have you seen that? You come here and experience that? No, we love you, man. We love you, and we want you to come here to be here with us, and we want you to work with us to transform this place. This is who we are. So that was really good point that you raised up. That today I didn't say anything about it.
Yes, because sometimes people speak for us, or people assume things, and a lot of people they assume things without even meeting somebody. Like for us, sometimes we think that black people outside of Africa are this way or that way. Our idea of them is usually just something we see from television, from from actually mostly from television and music. So we also have a different attitude, and I will say yes, some Africans who come out here, they do come out with a bad attitude. They look down on the Black Americans. There are some, not all, but there's some who do that, and those are the people who give the rest of the people a bad reputation. So we also have to admonish some of our people who misrepresent us outside.
Absolutely, 100%. And for that, I will say this right now: don't ever look down on your people. Don't, guys. If you're one of them, don't ever look down on your people, because the world is looking down on us. And you doing that is like you're joining the other side. So you're either with Africa or you're against Africa. Don't look down on our people, no matter who they are, no matter where they are at. Let's not do that. That's not how we do it. We look up on our people. We don't look down on them. Look up on them. That's what we do. So I think that's we need. I mean, whenever I'm gonna see that comment, I'm gonna need to rebuke those kind of comments. All of that. Not only me, but with you guys, everyone there. You have to know. I know most of you guys are not here in Africa, because this time right now here it's.
I know. I'm surprised you're up.
Let me tell you this, Tanzan. Where are you from, Tanzan? By the way,
Kenya.
Oh, so you are calling right now from Kenya?
No, I mean, you asked me where I'm from Kenya, but I'm in California right now.
Oh, okay. So you are the one I was talking to. Come back home. So what what I was trying to say is that okay. I mean, I sleep very late. I sleep around 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. That's when I sleep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so we have another night owl. People always think I'm weird, but I always tell them I'm still on Kenyan time.
Oh no, like even when I was in South Korea, because we're like 6 hours, I mean, behind South Korea time.
Mm,
Like I was always sleeping, no matter where I go. It doesn't matter the time, but I always sleep around that time because I'm just effective during night hours.
mhm.
And whether we are doing live stream or we are not, but I spend that time working, until 4 a.m., 3, 4, 5. That's when I sleep. Yeah.
Can I ask you about going over there? Did you know the language before, or did you go and learn it? How long did it take you to sort of, maneuver your way around?
But that's a really good question. It's out of the topic though, but I'll
I
answer
know,
you.
sorry, I was just curious. You brought it up.
Definitely. Let me answer you very shortly that I didn't know anything about the language. I didn't know even anything about that country because my original plan, it was not going there. It was going somewhere else.
Mhm.
But eventually I just applied and, and I got it at the end of the day. But I didn't know anything. I didn't prepare myself that much. I went there, so I started to learn everything like a little kid, like A,
Wow.
B, C, D, E. Yes, that's where I started. Yeah. But
Okay.
now I can speak Korean. I can speak fluent Korean,
Wow.
and yeah, I can understand as well. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, to get it back to the topic is this.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good, to go to travel. So even if
Mhm.
you can't travel abroad, we can travel like you're doing right now in Ethiopia. We're meeting people from different places, and you
Mhm.
do have a different change of perspective than when you just stay in one place, for all your life. So, and
Mhm.
it also, exposes you to other types,
Mhm.
other Black people around the world. So,
Mhm.
even just around the world, even if you don't see anybody who looks like you see the rest of the world, and you see that, there's one way you see yourself, there's another way people see you, and so on. So I
Yeah.
think, if you can't travel right now, just,
Mhm.
travel with Mika.
Okay. That's a good way. That you put it in a better way. Um, when you were saying that, I was just thinking, like this just thought came to my mind. Um, it came like I know it's like a vision, right? It just came to my mind that what if all Black people they came back to Africa? What if
Hmm.
everyone came back home? And I'm using if. What if? Okay, let me ask you this. What if that happens? What do you think it will happen?
We will build Africa, and we will be great again.
That's it.
And we will be greater than we were because we're bringing back all this knowledge, the information, the experiences, the traveling. We're bringing back a lot more than we did before. Just like when we had those independence movements, a lot of those people were people who had gone, outside, they had studied abroad, and they brought back what they knew, and they told people that don't look at these people as if they're some sort of gods or creatures. They're just human like you, and you also deserve to be free and independent and decide your own future. It took them going abroad. And remember that they for the Kenyans, the Askaris, they would go abroad. There was a rumor that white people could not be killed. So when they went abroad in the Second World War, and they saw them actually killing each other, it made them realize that, oh, so they're not invincible, they're not some sort of entity that that we too can achieve our self-independence, sovereignty. And we have examples of different things. We all have, like, our talents are scattered everywhere. We have people who are good at this, people who are good at this, and we can all take examples from different countries and different leaders. For example, Eritrea is right now the one country that it's standing strong. You have to admire the courage of such a country. And it's not just that's why it goes from top to bottom. It's not just the leaders. I know that in Eritrea they really prepare the people. Everybody is on it, you know, everybody, I think everybody of 18 goes to the military or something, but they're preparing, it's everybody's responsibility to build the country. If we had that mentality, you know, all across the country, and that's, I think, what Magufuli was trying to also instill, that it's not, don't just look, you know, to somebody to solve your problem. You have to start with yourself. Do what you can do where you are. So, you know, so Eritrea for me is, you know, that example of they call it, there's somebody in a different, they're saying Eritrea, the country of defiance. But yeah, sometimes you have to be defiant. Sometimes you have to stand strong and stand for what you believe in. For me, Ethiopia, you know, is the country of, you know, strength and character and courage. You know, they show everybody that this is our country. We're going to do it how we do it. You know, Tanzania for me is the example of unity. We are united together. We won't let anybody or anything separate us. You can be who you want, but first we're going to put, you know, the country first and Africa first. So we have all these examples from all these places, and sometimes we only talk about, you know, the bad. But for me, sometimes it's good just to see, you know, the character of Africa through all these different countries.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Let me read this couple comments that our people are writing here. So Senu say, if we all come back, it will be great and amazing. It will not be easy, but it will be all worth it, 100%. And Ghost, I like this. It say, bringing back.
Hello. I'm not sure if it's just me or the stream. Hello, hello. I'm not sure if I'm still on. I don't know if I should mute myself. Oh man, did I take over the show? Oh, okay, you can hear. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, since I have been made a temporary host, sorry, I will try to host temporarily. While I wait for Mika to come back, let's see. I know he was trying to read the comments. Mika, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. I don't know, it just froze and I just lost myself. So just in case if, you know, I disappear again because of internet connection, you can just go on, right?
Oh,
okay,
you know, okay. I wasn't sure. I tried to hold it down while you're gone for a bit. Okay, I'll let you go on.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. You know what we stand for. Just don't start a new topic. All right. Thank you, Tanzan. You're amazing. You speak Swahili, by the way?
Sindio, lakini naongea ile ya Nairobi. Si unajua tu.
Usijali, Swahili ni Swahili. You know what I'm saying? Okay. What I'm trying to say is, okay, so for example, this is what Ghost is saying. Did you finish what you were saying when I was going?
Oh, yes, I did. You were in the middle of reading the comments, so I'll let you get on.
All right. So, guys, this is what we have to do, black people, all right, Africans. Let me include everybody. Okay, Africans. This is what we have to do. We have to take advantage of them. I'm saying this because, okay, our people, they were taking advantage, you know, taken away and slave and all this stuff. And Senu, she mentioned something here very important. She said before, he said, but most, I said it will all, he said it'll all be worth it, but she says, but most of our people are lost, unfortunately. Their mind has been occupied by other people's culture and way of living. I, the West. And exactly what she says, it's a good point. And that's how it is, right? We have people who they're black, they're African, like in the name is like African American or African European, but they don't know anything about Africa and they think they're not African, but you still have African American. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, we have people like that. But with all being said, these are people that have been, you know, have a knowledge, they've been exposed to a different kind of knowledge, been exposed to a different kind of system that they know how it works to colonize, to exploit Africa. They've been, working for a long time. They have experience, they have resources, they have money, they have like everything, technology, you know, some of them, they invented a lot of stuff, right? And if these people come back to Africa, Africa will never be the same again, as Tanzan say. That this will be
the Renaissance.
There will be things that we need to work on, but this will be a place where everything will change. And the reason why I'm saying that let's take advantage of them, what I mean is we can actually do that and take advantage of the knowledge and everything that we get to come to develop Africa, because we are there and we want a white man to come and develop Africa. But we have our black people that are there. They're in the system. They're working in the companies. Even today, we have students that they're getting scholarship. They go, they study there, and they get a jobs. If you're smart enough, you get a job. I have my friends, they're stuck in Korea working for Korean companies, doing crazy things. I have this one friend, he's doing crazy things, like really intelligent things. Like this guy does things that even Koreans, they're not doing it. And I was talking to him, I was like, man, I'm bringing you to Africa. And this one. So if we have our people back here, man, like this continent will be transformed. This technology that they will come with, because we have resources, we have means, we have the power, manpower. More than 60% of population are under the age of 25. That is the manpower. In some cases, we're not even going to need machine. We're going to use our people because we want them to be employed. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to give them jobs to do. Like we need black bosses in Africa. Not every time we have white men coming to investing and then, Chinese men or, Asian men, and they hire our people. They're just working in the toilet. They collect some dust. That's what they do. But we need black bosses that will come here and give opportunity to our people. We need them to come and to invest here. For example, one of the things, I'll give this an example. I follow along what Kanye West is doing. His vision to transform and everything that he does. With his brand or his ideas of homes, all this stuff. I follow this positive stuff. And
wait, he had ideas about building stuff? I thought it was just music. Okay, I didn't know.
No, he building communities. Like when you listen to this guy, forget about the negative stuff that is there, media talk all the time. But when you listen to this guy, like his vision, actually the vision that he has for black people is crazy. Like is what we are talking about right now. Like that vision he has for black people in America. That's why sometimes I feel like I wish I get a chance to talk to him, to tell him that, man, come and do this in Africa. You know what I'm saying? We're going to come and do this in Africa because you have a great vision for black people in America. And he's working, like building houses, like homes, like building, schools. Now he's coming with Donda Sports, whatever, like all these things. Like this is the revolutionary guy who wants to really transform. When you listen to his ideas and things that he's actually putting his money into it, man, I'm like if I get a chance to talk to this man, I will tell him, come and do this in Africa. Actually, I would do it. I'll just write a letter to him. I'm like,
can I say something before I forget about the comment the Ghost made about bringing back the engineer's daughter? The difference that I can see between, Black people and people of other races is that for them, when they do something, yes, they do something for themselves, but they also do it, for other people. For, you have, Chinatown communities here, Koreatown. The only one community I have seen, which is quite impressive, is the Ethiopian community. They actually have an Ethiopia town in Los Angeles. But when people act for us, when we are sent, we were told to go out, we're just told, go out, get a job, make yourself, successful, help your family and so on. But it's not instilled in us that we're supposed to be looking ourselves as a people, go back and build your country. So I think that's the difference between us, the mentality of do for yourself as well as for others. If we bring back, the engineers, doctors, mathematics, because we do have them in Africa. We have so many, learned people, you can't throw a stone in Kenya without hitting an engineer, but they're not doing their jobs because for them, it's what they can benefit. It's not what can benefit everybody else. So when we also instill this pride in ourselves, that it's not just you being successful, your success is good, yes, but when we all succeed as a people, that's even better for everybody else. Yes.
Definitely. That's beautiful. I love how you hit really hard. You're very brutally honest. I love that. This 2022 mission.
Thank you.
That's really good. That's really well said. Wow, Tanzan. When did you join this family, by the way? It's my first time talking to you.
You know how I got to Swahili? For me, it's like a one connecting the dots. This is how I look at it. When you find something, it expands your network. You find something, you find something else. How I got to you is I had been Tunacheki. That was the first interview. That was the first time I got to know about Swahili Nation. So you had this interview with Tunacheki, and it was all, and he said, go and check what they do. And I went back into the archives, and so I was like, wow, this is great. So this is how I was, and that was like maybe, I think it was a couple of months ago. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow, and then I made the first comment there. I said that, it would be such a dream panel if you Wongel Zelalem, which I got, my wishes just came true. And then I think you did Habesha Traveler. You talked with Queen Desta. Oh, yeah, you've just been the only person you haven't gotten to. I hope you do. She's on the west side, though. She's in Nigeria, but her name is EVA Anita. So, it's good just to connect people, because that's how we learn. That's how we meet new people. And I'm just glad to have gotten across to you.
Let me find him. Who is that person you say again? Because I'm talking to all the YouTubers. So whoever, what is her name again? EVA Anita.
Yes, EVA Anita, and she's in Nigeria, I believe.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I see it.
Yeah. So she's also, she also talks a lot about both African and Black issues. So yeah, so your interview with Wongel Zelalem, that was also a big one. That was such an interesting one, and yeah.
I wanna bring all these guys together, like all of them together at once.
So if we can do that for the second 24-hour panel, ooh.
Of course, I'll bring all the YouTubers I'm talking to one day. I'll bring them here, and we'll have an amazing discussion. Thank you for letting me know about this EVA Anita. I think I'll reach out to her, and maybe we can have conversation as well. That's really beautiful. Yes. Ghosty say they can come back, start all kinds of schools teaching African youth all of these skills. You're right. Africa would never be the same. Exactly. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, instead of reading like some white men books in school, we can have our people who live there for a long time and teach us, what I'm saying? Like, and these are people who love Africa. These are people who they know that this Africa is my place, is my home, right? And like, I just had a moment as we were having this conversation. I had a moment that I just thought, like, it was kind of like, in a way, it's kind of like a vision, like to see that, what if all Black people come back to Africa? Like, whatever, 200 million, 500, we have big land. I mean, I'm moving around Ethiopia here, man. This country is the second populated country in Africa, but man, there's a lot of bare land. Like, you can bring another, like, all Nigerians to come here to Ethiopia and they'll still have a place to stay, like all one of them around the country. That's how bare land Africa is. right? So we can just bring back our people, develop these, like, okay, these are dreams, I know, but we can start small, we can yeah. Yes.
I hear you. I hear you. And it does, and for me, there's idealism and there's realism. And the reason why I always go back, I'm so glad you made that Magufuli honorary videos today, because we can talk about, what we want to achieve, but when you see actually it starting to be done and you see people change their mentality, that to me shows that we're not as helpless as sometimes we think we are. We don't have to go begging people for aid and all that. We have what it takes. We're just not we just don't have the confidence sometimes to do what needs to get done. So when somebody comes and say, stop just sitting around, to do something, that's the challenge that some of us need, to do something. And yeah, I think we should actually just start where we are. Ask yourself, what can I do with what I have to do something? Oh, when you talked about the problem right now is in Africa is information. A lot of people, don't have access. Like right now, we are sharing such useful information, and yet we can't reach all the people that we need to reach. One of the ways that I was thinking of, getting the technological, but people can download things on their smartphones or on their computers and old computers and laptops. If we just put the information that people have, it doesn't have to be, all the, Wi-Fi connected. Just put that information and put it like a show. And you remember, I don't know if you knew it, but in the old days, they used to have like this film shows that they used to have, like they would show like a karate, kung fu movie, in the local places, even in the countryside. Imagine if we did that, with Swahili Nation all across Africa. Like even the people in the village can hear it and see it and know this stuff. And so we're starting. We're starting, and I believe we're going to get there.
That's beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful. I was, it's amazing. It's amazing. Today I shared, you were there. Yeah, you were there today in the afternoon. Yes. And I would like to share about that right now as well. I think I want to speak about this as many times as I can so that people may understand, because I realize that some people are biased because, of the name, and but they're not paying attention to the mission and the vision that we do have, and also do not understand the meaning behind the name. So today in the afternoon, I shared a little bit, why it's Swahili Nation and what does it mean, like why it is Swahili Nation. And the reason why I would love to share it right now, if you're curious, the reason why it's Swahili Nation is because Swahili stands there representing Kiswahili. Kiswahili, the language that, we're used to unite the people of Tanzania. In Tanzania, we have 121 different tribes, ethnic groups. That's 121 different languages and culture. We have different dances. Like in my region, if I go to another region, they dance different. They speak different language. I don't understand them. I don't even know what they're saying, right? That's how, diverse Tanzania is when you go there. 121, it's a lot, so many languages, but the first president and the first prime minister, Nyerere, he wanted to unite his people. So he said no to English, learning English, all those stuff. He said no. That's the reason why a lot of Tanzanians, they, don't speak language as much as Kenyans, right? I mean, English. And it was compulsory for everybody to learn. So Kiswahili, the language, which is not belonging to any ethnic group, it was used to unite the people of Tanzania and to become one. So people of Tanzania, they're one. One of the main factor is the language, that right now you can go to northern part, eastern part, southern part, and everybody speaks Swahili. You understand with one another. You can go to Kenya now, go to Congo, you can go to Rwanda, Burundi, go to Somalia, Sudan. People, they speak. Go to South Africa, learning Swahili right now. So what I'm trying to say is the Swahili used to unite people. And the reason why this is Swahili Nation, that Swahili, it basically means one. It's a tool. It's an element that used to unite people, that it's uniting people. And right now it's uniting people of the East and people of the South. And it's going all the way to the, to the northern side as well, right? Because it has a lot of commonality with Arabic. So the reason why Swahili nation is because it's one. It's a representation of that one thing. We're talking about the one thing. And we believe that through Swahili nation, because the vision of Swahili nation is to have one Africa. And we believe that through Swahili nation, we'll have one Africa, because there's Swahili there that used to unite the people of Tanzania and all these different ethnic groups. And that's why we are looking for the entire continent of Africa. Swahili nation with the vision of one Africa. And we have all those different elements, and you guys have seen the mission. So that's basically, Swahili nation. Swahili means, basically, I'm saying like one nation. You know what I'm saying? Basically, I'm saying one Africa. So it's like when you look at Swahili nation, one Africa is just another way of saying Swahili nation. Swahili nation is just another way of saying one Africa. Right? So that's how deep it is. But if you just look at the name and be like Swahili nation, you might not understand. But this is the real meaning behind it. This is why I call this Swahili nation and why we start like that. Yeah.
And let me just say too, about the global impact of Swahili. When I first came out here, people don't even know where you're from. They barely know your country. But the one thing that everybody seemed to know about, Kenya was one word of Swahili. That whole, Hakuna Matata and so on. But not just that. I found that for Black Americans, the one language that they always wanted to speak, and some of them even tried to learn Kiswahili. I know that in the 60s and 70s, they had, classes and they were teaching each other. Unfortunately, it was usually people who had learned, the second Kiswahili would be like the second language, and for American to learn Kiswahili and then try to teach it to other people, it doesn't. But there were still people who are telling, "Oh, Kiswahili, yes," and then they would say a few words. I also learned that apparently when they were lifting weights, they called the weights chuma, and you know what that means, right?
Chuma, yes.
Yes, it means iron or steel. So, the far-reaching, even here they have a game called Jenga. It's you put the blocks and all that. That's a Swahili word. They have safaris, all these things. So the Swahili, and that surprised me because firstly, most Black Americans are usually from the west of Africa. So you'd think they would try to learn, that kind of a language. But no, it turns out a lot of them really wanted to learn. And yet I even taught some of them a few, words and phrases and all that. But, the impact of Swahili as a unifying factor, not just for the people in Africa, but, for the global Blacks around the world, it's powerful. And then imagine if all these people came back, not speaking different languages, but actually speaking Swahili, where they could, fit in with the local people and everybody spoke the same language. It's like the unbubblization of Africa. Africa is the most diverse, and that's like a bubble. You look at Europeans, they speak maybe 10 languages, if that, and most of the languages are similar, Italian, Spanish, and all that. But for us, our languages are so different, like just impossible. You can't understand any word that your neighbor is speaking. So we are the real bubble. We are the people who have the most, twisted tongues. But if we could untwist that tongue and have one that we could speak that is just for us and from us, it's very important. I know that we have English, we can all speak it, but at the same time, we're aware that we're speaking another person's language. So we're actually just continuing with the colonization. So Swahili for me is like the uncolonization of our language, of our people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you remind when you were saying that we're using English, you reminded me. Recently, I was talking about Kanye West. He was having a meeting with all these black journalists, Black journalists in their room to share all these ideas and how they can change the narratives and tell their own stories of Black people, right? So he was having a breakfast meeting with all the Black journalists from all the Black media in America, right? Talking to them that we have, like, just having discussion together and to share their opinion. How are they going to have like Black Future Month, right? He was talking about that. That's the idea he came up with. And so he said something. He said there's nothing more white than speaking English. He said we are here right now. We don't even speak our own language. And then he said we don't even speak our languages here, and we're talking about all this white supremacy, but there's nothing more white than speaking the language right now. And I was like, oh my goodness. honestly, for me, I'll say this, man. There's a lot of negativity going on, but you know, I'll tell you, if you get some time, just pay attention to that guy, to all these amazing ideas and things and the visions that he had. Just pay attention to that. To forget about this, you know, everything that's going on. Somebody say we need to fix a black woman first. Forget about all these things that's going on, but
Yes.
just all these ideas and all these things. Just pay attention to that. And I'm telling you, man, like you will learn something. Because me personally, I'm learning things. But anyways, well, I think Tanzan,
Yes.
I got your WhatsApp number here. I'll definitely contact you.
Thank you.
Yes, but I really appreciate you coming here today. Is this your first time to come and to speak?
No, the last time I think you were away. The last time I was here with Pastor Ezra. Yeah.
Pastor Ezra. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Oh yeah. Pastor Ezra. Yeah, that guy. Like, man, I've been talking to Pastor Ezra. He's very
Busy.
very busy. He goes back home very late. Like, he even hates it. He's like, man, I just want this month to end as soon as possible so that so he misses this so much. And that's why, guys, we need to work so hard because, man, I really want this. Yes, I really want these people, all these people that were working together, Ezra and everything. I really want us to start working really like full time, like really, because honestly, like they really want to work and they really want to continue to do what we are doing. But, you know, at the same time, you know, they need to provide for the family and everything. So, yeah, His Excellency is really, really, really busy. I think I text him like almost every single day, but he will come back. You know,
I respect the making of bread.
Oh yeah, the making of bread. You know, yeah, you know, so they are making breads, and that's very important. You know, and I just pray that they'll make a lot of bread so that they may come here and share it with me.
Well, you know what? We have to be understanding of each other. Just like we have been so impatient with you. Like, why isn't Mika making the regular sessions? By the same time, we're seeing you, you know, traveling, doing all this stuff. You can't do both at the same time. So, you know, we understand. We understand.
It's true. I really appreciate that I have people like you who, you know, do understand. Man, I tell my people all the time that I barely sleep. Like, I sleep sometimes for 3 hours and all the stuff because of all this. And these are not things that people, they are telling me that, Mika, you have this schedule today. You have this. No, these are things that I plan myself, that, okay, I'm going to do this and this and this. And why I'm doing this and this, because of this and this and this. Right. So, yeah, I really appreciate for those who have been sticking around, because you know, it's not easy, but, you know, some people, I think, you know, it's the time that they run away, but also there are people who, you know, stick around to this very moment. So I appreciate you guys. And I still, every single day I upload videos. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even though you're not, you know, doing the streams, we still see you doing the work and traveling and bringing the information. The Facility Castle, the documentary, that one was especially, you know, inspiring and interesting. So yeah, we see the work.
Appreciate. And I also want to take this moment, because this is my first time talking to you, to appreciate you for becoming a member. Thank you for that support. Yay. And I just invited you to a special WhatsApp group for only members, because there are things that are exclusive for members. And I want to remind all members that there are videos that I upload sometimes, and it's only available for members for a certain period of time, like for 1 week or for a couple of days. So you guys get a chance to see them first. Always just check them out, you know, and then later on. So there'll be some stuff exclusive for you guys. And yeah, just to appreciate for all that you guys are doing. And I see, yeah, Maria Antoinette, she just welcomed you in the group. So yeah,
thank you, Maria.
Appreciate you, Tanzania. Your name is like Tanzania, you know, like, come on, this name is Tanzania, you know.
That is why I chose it, because Tanzania is the unity of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. Oh, so yeah, yes, the example of unity for Africa.
You know the story that Nyerere, when he asked that, he first went to, you know, to Uganda. He asked Milton Obote if they can unite with Tanzania. He refused, and then he went to Kenya. He asked Kenyatta, if is it Kenyatta the first one, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. If they unite, also he refused, and so he went to Zanzibar. He talked to Mwinyi, and he accepted. So we have a united Republic of Tanzania. It's the only countries in Africa that have been united. Two, there were two, but now it's one.
That's beautiful.
You know that's how we have.
And to show you somebody who tried and didn't succeed, there was the Central African Republic. They tried to, because they're very small and they're in the middle of Africa. So they tried to unite with Togo, with, I think, Ghana, all their neighboring countries, and none of them agreed. So this problem of unity disunity is deep within, our people, and we have to get over it. So, and that's why I still hold Tanzania as the beaming example of unity for the rest of Africa to emulate.
Appreciate so much. Well, Tanzan, I appreciate you again. Yeah, I'm gonna expect you here every single day.
Yes.
Yeah. I really enjoy this. Like, when I was talking alone, I think I was very serious, but I think you lighten up the mood, and so I really appreciate it. That's why we need one another in Africa, and that's why we say One Africa, because that's the only way we are going to build us together, not one person, but all of us together. And we are right now, just to give you a little bit of feedback, guys, for those who are listening. There's a lot of things going on behind the scene, apart from making bread of, that's a lot of people are making bread, all of you guys, but also, we're working on the website right now. And, this is going to be amazing place that, a lot of things will be there, and all this stuff, that we say, bring back our heritages and everything, they'll be there. And I think now we need to add in the mission here, bring back, to defend the image and bring back all of the heritage and Africans back to Africa.
Absolutely. One Africa in our generation.
Bring back our people. And, we will see one Africa in our generation. I believe that in everything I got. And this is how we're going to do it. So, yeah, as I'm moving here, I had an opportunity to go to Gonda University to talk to students. I had opportunity to go to another university, school, actually, to talk to a lot of young people. So as I'm moving here, I'm bringing more awareness of Swahili Nation and One Africa and what we stand for. And a lot of people are coming to visit, to see the page and all those stuff. So that's what we're going to do. That's why we go everywhere in Africa to do that. So I appreciate you guys for being part of it, and I appreciate for supporting what we're doing. Tanzan?
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor, and keep doing what you do. You are most needed and appreciated, and thank you so much.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tanzan. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll try to do this live stream every day, because now we have a mission.
Asante sana. So, in the chat, at least if you're Swahili Nation, you should know that one phrase. Asante is thank you. Asante sana is thank you very much.
Tanzan, thank you for reminding me that. I used to teach Swahili when I was doing, reactions. And I think, I'll continue to do this when I do this live stream every time I come, at least teaching one word or two words that people, they want to know in Swahili. I'll let you guys know. Let me give you guys opportunity. Anything you want to learn in Swahili, just let me know in the comment section that I want to know this. How can I say this in Swahili? And I'll let you guys know before I leave. Tanzan?
Yes. And lastly, there's a lady on your channel who teaches Swahili. I would advise you to also take advantage of that. Yes.
Later on my channel.
Is it? Swahili Nation? Oh, maybe not. But there was a lady who teaches Swahili online, but you can find sources.
She was, she's in Korea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I took her videos and I put them on the website. Right now
okay.
It's not paid for. So I put it there because she's actually teaching Swahili. She's doing that work. So I wanted for people to get to know her more. And yeah, and you guys, if you're interested in that, I can just share the link here. You guys, you can actually go and and learn, because she has like everything from the basics. So you actually can learn online, through her. So let me share with you guys in the comment section. She's doing amazing. Yes, her channel called Learn Swahili with Patricia. I know her very close. Actually, she graduated in the same university with my sister. And when I went to Korea, she also got married to Tanzania that he was in Korea. We met it there again.
Oh, okay.
So everything was kind of like, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the link, guys. If you're interested in learning Swahili, that's a place you can actually learn very well.
How are you doing with your Amharic?
Amharic. Well, Amharic, I can't lie, that I'm not improving, to be honest. But I know a few words. I cannot make sentence still, but I know.
Can you say words. Help me?
Help me. No, I can't say that yet.
Okay.
And some of you might be mad at me, but guys, sometimes mission, is yeah, it's just like that. So
it's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time. But yes, thank you. It's been an honor, and we appreciate everything that you do. Thank you.
I appreciate Tanzan. I appreciate. She got me today here. I need to go to learn. Help me in Amharic. All right, guys. Maybe tomorrow I'll tell you what is help me. Yes, guys, I want to appreciate you and appreciate Tanzan again. That was an amazing discussion I had in a long time. And I'm going to try to keep this going. I'm going to try to come here again tomorrow, to have this conversation again, and currently I'll give you feedback, guys. I shared with you before that we are going to write a letter to all the colonial power that colonized Africa and took our heritage away from Africa. I promised you guys that we are going to write a letter to them to return what is rightful ours, right? And what we are doing right now, we have a research team in our team in One Africa, and we are doing research of everything that has been stolen and countries and all those stuff. We want to put together something that is very official and confidential to ask. Right, so to write what we know, right? So we are, doing this research, and at the same time, writing, a letter, for that. And just today, I think we're gonna write another letter as well for this one. What we are talking right now, we're gonna write a letter to all diaspora around the world to tell them to come back home, to support home, to do all this stuff. We're gonna write and we're gonna send everywhere we know. In any way they can, and we're going to explain in detail, just like I was sharing with you guys here, so that our people may come back to Africa. Pastor Esla, he just came back, Tanzania. I was bringing you, I was taking you away, but we were talking about Pastor Ezra here, and he's here back.
Yeah, making bread, it's not for people who sleep, eh? Tanzan.
This was the first time I was having conversation with Tanzan, and she said she was here before and she was having conversation.
Hi, Pastor Ezra.
Yeah, what's up?
You come in when the guests are about to leave.
Now, I had to try to. I was busy with something else.
It's okay. Make that bread.
No, I was busy with something, so I kind of found the stream somewhere in the middle, and then it was just playing. So on the other side, I was just listening, not really watching and stuff. And I had to let me put the other stuff on the side and let me just connect and see the family a bit,
Yeah, it's good to see you both together. Usually it's one or the other day.
Yeah, like look at me, like I can't stop smiling because I had no idea that I miss this guy this much, right? I know we have been texting behind the scene, but man, like just seeing you here like together, as Tanzan say, man, I miss this.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, since we had this, I think it'll be really nice to see all the guys if we can have one of those streams where we can do a catch up, a catch up with everyone.
We should.
It'll really be nice to see most of the guys and yeah, and then just catch up and hear what they've been up to. If the bank accounts are increasing or not, we need to see. We need proof. People must come with their bank accounts. We need to see.
The super chats.
We need to see the numbers here.
Where is that bread that you guys are making?
Yeah, we definitely need to. Definitely to see if the super chat membership it's changing. We're changing the membership thingy categories. We need to go up. We don't want $2 or $3. We need more now. $100 upwards.
Oh, Pastor Ezra wants to roll deep.
He's being brutally honest right now. And actually, that's one of the reasons why we have the membership group, the WhatsApp group, because those people who are in the group, we just want them to actually encourage other people as well to join the membership club. Because all the time we say it here, but you guys can help us as well to remind people in the comment section, because you guys.
Okay, I'll help. Yeah, everybody should have like a little what is it, a star or a circle next to their name, just to show off. If you want to show off, get one of those.
So because you guys, like, you're part of the team, you're part of the family. Like a lot of things, when we have all this new stuff that want to do, the first people that will always talk to our members, always reach out to talk, because you guys are supporting me to be here where I am, and this what is happening right now to continue operating. So you guys, you mean a lot, and we want to invite as many people as we can to come and to join this place, because the more people we have, and the more ability we have to do a lot of stuff that we possibly we're not doing right now because of financial support as well. So this is really beautiful, you guys, what you're doing, and we want to encourage everybody out there to do that as well.
Absolutely. And also when we say you have to start somewhere, sometimes we know what we should do. Everybody has, the idea of, what they need to do, how they can best help. But sometimes it's just you don't know where to start. How can I support my people? How can I, build a hospital? I'm just one person. And, when they say Rome was not built in a day, that's the same thing as, for us. If you want to build something, you can't just go and, wave a magic wand and there's 1,000 schools in Tanzania and Kenya. You have to start somewhere. So for me, one of the reasons why you should at least support, if you can't build the hospital, support the person who's building the hospital or who's trying to build the hospital. And, Swahili Nation is building this community. We're improving each other, we're learning from each other, and we're supporting each other. So, you're not building a hospital, but you're helping the people who are going to help the people build the hospital. So this is one way to start, and it will also give you the inspiration, ideas to do what you need to do for yourself, and for your people.
Yeah. Amazing. And in that, I even also want to acknowledge some people who they are here. They supported me, like a place. For example, I want to acknowledge the Highly Resort as well. They've been very supportive. Even when I extended my trip to Gonda, they gave me a place to stay and food to eat. Right here where I am right now, like right now where I am right now, it's actually a place that has been given by one of the Swahili Nation family member.
Wow.
That you know, she's here in the family, and so she contacts her, you know, relatives. They own this place, and you know, when I was coming from Gonda, I had no place to go, but I am here. I'm staying here because they provided that. So I want to appreciate for those who are actually doing, you know, also like something, because there's so many ways that you can support. And my life here has been amazing because of these guys like Sadeke, man, Ebenezer, you know, Kuru. I had that Doro watch, you know, with him. So for that, I thank him as well.
Did
Bailey,
you had the door what finally?
I had Doro watch. Yeah, I went to Kuru's house. I even shared the video.
Oh, I missed that one. I know that he had been holding out for the best Doro what.
Oh, Dorot was the best. Honestly, I can't lie. That Dorot was good.
Okay,
Was the best.
okay.
Yeah,
That's
it was
good.
best. And like his mama made it. Oh man, his mama, she was just feeding me again and again and again. And I was like, Mama, I told her, Mama, I don't want to look like your son.
You won't be able to fit in when you go back. But that's good. So, you know, it's been great. And I'll just like to say, I'm glad to be a part of, you know, the Swahili nation. And when you say things like that, it just makes me proud of, you know, even being an African. Sometimes we don't say, you know, the good things. Truth doesn't shout from the top of a mountain, and good deeds don't either. So sometimes people just show kindness, and you know, they're not celebrated as much as they should be. And then the people who do bad things, those are the people everybody hears about. Oh, did you hear so and so? So you know, it's so inspiring and you know, to hear that just regular kindness, you know, just be kind to your neighbor and to the people around you. And that's more powerful than, you know, all the negativity sometimes in the world. So, you know, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. The time. There's one day I think I will share in detail when I'm out of Ethiopia. Right now, I'm still processing a lot of stuff, but there have been a series of beautiful thing. I haven't had any bad experience yet. And it has been like one month and 2 weeks, I think. Okay, yeah, it has been like that, but I haven't, you know, there's no bad experience. So that's amazing. And not everybody you meet, they know you. There's a lot of people who don't know me, but it has been just incredible. Everywhere I go, everything I do, it's been amazing. Some places I've been treated like a king, and I'm like, what do you guys see in me? You see a black t-shirt here every time? But it has been it has been beautiful, and I thank God and I bless God for Africans, man. They are just a beautiful human being.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Yeah,
I can't add on to that. That's just the chapter ending.
Yeah.
Pastor Ezra, you have to pick this one up.
No, yeah, I was about to say something, but I heard you guys talking, so I had to listen.
No, I said I'm out. That I can't add any more to that. That was just beautiful and succinctly said. So, yeah.
Yeah. His Excellency, we need to catch up with you. That side. We've been watching the videos and stuff. A lot of content. And we can see the hard work that you've been putting. I think a lot of people can really appreciate, especially people who know how production works and stuff in terms of editing and shooting. Really appreciate the hard work that you've been putting out there. It really means a lot to keep the light shining in Ethiopia. And we thank all the stakeholders that have been lending a helping hand there. People you've partnered with, everyone that you've been meeting, and people that are just total strangers who've reached out to you. We just say God bless them and add wherever they've taken as well. And really we speak blessing in the land of Ethiopia, and we speak more prosperity in the land of Ethiopia. and for the people in general, everywhere, every region every place where you've set foot. May those places flourish even more.
Amen.
And yeah, man, and but the hard work, it's been shown. We really see a lot of content, His Excellency. I think currently yeah, there's been a lot. I mean, I really must applaud you for all the content that you've been putting out and the work that you've been putting there. It really means a lot for all of us. We've been keeping on our toes, trying to catch up every day. So I'm sure no one can really say they haven't been doing catch up and stuff with some of the videos and content, because there's like a video like during the day, at night, and you like when this one launched, and you like,
I think
3 hours ago. Oh, where was I? You know?
I think, yeah, I did live today again in the afternoon. I think there might be people who are even annoyed by the amount, the number of the contents that every single time you see there's a video coming, and they're like, oh, Swahili Nation again. I think there might be people who unsubscribe. They're like, this is too much.
No,
you always have new subscribers coming in too.
No, the ones those who also unsubscribe, they'll come back. Don't worry.
So you know what, His Excellency?
Yeah.
Because sometimes myself, I'm annoyed too. I was like, man, this is too much.
No,
let me tell you why it's good. Because sometimes there are people who go back, and look at old videos, and the people who just whatever pops up at the time, that's what they're going to look at. So, for the people who are just coming in, for you, the latest thing, wherever you are, they look at that, and then they won't see, where you are previously and all of that. So, even for the new people, that's a good thing when you see, things happening every day. So for the old ones, we're like, oh, okay, I have to put this on the list, So we'll get to them, all of them eventually. But I've seen 2 parts of the Fasil Castle documentary. I knew you did the 3rd one today. So yeah.
I actually don't just have a 3rd one. I have the 4th one.
Oh, and no!
And then the 4th one is the last one. And then after the 4th one, I have another episode of Somewhere Else. Very important place. I think that there will come like 2 of them. Like that documentary, there will be like 2 parts. And then after that,
when your teacher is telling you your homework is chapter 1, and you're like, oh, okay. And chapter 2, and 3 and 4. Hey, your whole weekend is gone.
and after, so in Gonda, I think, like, so far, okay, forget about the videos that I released, but the video that are gonna come is this one that is coming tomorrow. It's already here on YouTube. You guys, you can turn on the notification button. This is the one is coming, and all these documentary, they have like from 20 minutes, right? From 20 going forward. This one is coming tomorrow. But after this, there's the last one for this castle. So 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe like 7 videos are still coming just from Gonda. And I already released a lot of videos from that place. So you can feel, and all these videos are long and they're all here, right? So if someone will ever take everything, right? Like everything is here. Everything has been done with this one.
No, we'll get to them. See, this is the beauty of loading things, on the internet. Even if somebody doesn't get them at this time, a month, I didn't find you until, only a couple months later. But even so, I was able to go back, to the archives and, to the old streams and all that, and just learn and familiarize myself with the place. So, yeah. Oh, how's the weather there, by the way? How's the weather been?
Well, the weather, I mean, in Gonda, it's hot. It's hot in Gonda. It's hot. In Addis, I don't know. These days it's chilly. Like right now, for example, it's really chilly where I am right now. Like I need like blanket, and like this. It's kind of like, that's South African weather. After the winter, how it is. It feels like right now.
Does it
But it's
actually snow in SA?
Yeah, it does. There's places
Wow.
where it snows
It
during
does.
winter. Especially the high the mountainous areas, and as you go more south of the country, and also there's a country, Lesotho. There's a country inside South Africa called Lesotho.
Yes, I know it.
So Lesotho, it's also a country on a it's a country on it's called the kingdom a country on the mountain. It's really on the I think that it's 4,000 something, also the altitude, over 4,000 meters above sea level. So they do have a lot of snow than even in SA. But remember, all those mountains are going into South Africa and even some parts of other provinces. And there's other places where it's just cold. You get frost. You don't really get snow during winter. And then the more mountainous areas, that's where you get snow as you go more further south. But as you come north, like if you're coming to where we are in Johannesburg area and stuff, there's just normal cold. It's not it doesn't snow. So it's more as you go down south, as in as you go down.
I think that's the only place in Africa that has snow, right?
Not really. Kilimanjaro has, or in terms of altitude, Kilimanjaro will have snow.
Yeah, even on Kenya, we have the snow, but I don't know anybody who's ever gone up there.
So, but with us, it's seasonal. Most places where you get snow, it's during winter. It's not whether it's a high altitude because of the mountains, but you get places that are just normal, but you do get snow. But mostly it falls easily in the mountains during winter. Even in the Cape, what we call the Cape provinces, where like Cape Town is, it falls under a province called Western Cape. They do have some snows normally during winter. So yeah, and people obviously will go and see those places. If you live around those areas, I don't live. I'll have to drive like maybe another 7 hours just to go and see those places during winter.
You should go so that you have an advantage when you guys go climbing that mountain. Remember?
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of conditioning as well, because it's not just about when you do such a thing. Also have to climatize. There's a lot. I mean, even exercise, go gym, do cardio and all this other stuff for your stamina and strength as well. Besides the conditioning as well of such a thing. But there's something we can do. One can do, obviously, if I'm in SA, for example, I can go to maybe around Drakensberg, because Drakensberg is also that's where even the highest waterfall in the continent is. For many people who don't know that, also have the highest waterfall. So I think it's the second highest in the world. It's called the Tungela Falls.
No, I've never heard of it. I thought the highest was the one in Zambezi Falls or Zambezi River.
No, it's small. It's a baby. That's small, man. That's very small. That one is the biggest in terms of maybe the water content, but that one is high because of it's not really those big waterfalls. It falls from the mountains, different mountains. It's not. That's why with Zambezi it has a lot of water falling at the same falling down. But in terms of height, it's not really the highest.
Oh, okay. So you said this was to something?
Tungela. Yeah, it's a Zulu name.
Okay.
So yeah,
I'm glad it got a Zulu name, not like.
Yeah, there's remember with our with most of the places in South Africa, there's the African names and there's the European names. When the Europeans once you get conquered, obviously people change your names, but people who know history sometimes will keep those names. And there's been a drive to change back some of the names in other places, back to its original names that people who grew up in those places will call them, Yeah,
we're still calling our biggest lake, Lake Victoria, So that's a shame.
Yeah, but I think with time they will change. I think with Lake Victoria, another challenge is how many countries does it bother? It's if the countries can organize themselves and say, what do we call this? But the problem, another challenge is you get people who live in different section of all the around the lakes. They will say, in our region, we call this lake this and this. I'm
My
sure
brother,
they all
the
have
divide
African
and
names.
conquer was
You know?
thorough and efficient because
And that's also a must visit, eh? Lake Victoria. I think for most people who are like for us who are in the south, it's also a place that I think maybe the Zambezi has been really in Zambia and Zimbabwe because it borders two countries. It's well marketed and it's loved by a lot of foreign tourists.
Yeah.
So unlike Lake Victoria, where it's popular but not really in terms of tourists, where you'll find the big numbers that those places are attracting, like from visitors across the world.
Yeah, it's not really a tourist attraction. It's more of a, of a way of life, and people fish in it. So, it's more of a practical thing. But, there's no way I can see Tanzania maybe making an effort to change the name, but as you can see, they have been rebuffed in the past, when they tried to unite.
That's what I'm saying. Like if all countries can really come up with a name, we know that the locals who live around the lakes, they have names for those places. They'll say, our forefathers call this lake X, Y, whatever. And you go another village or another section of the lake, some people will call it in their own home language. So if those government, all those countries that are surrounded by the lake, who share the lake, can really say, let's come up with an African name that, I mean, as Black folks, we're very creative in coming with names and nicknames, so we can always come up with something and see how we can change it if we want to change it. Unless if they say,
the problem will be the opposite. Now we'll have 1,000 names, and now to pick one.
But I think sometimes we should not just because it's a challenge, we should really say, nah, we can't take it. I think somebody, as you just suggested, I think it's something that you can always write to our tourism departments, or even what do you call this? Is it the land and board, whatever department?
Nika, why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because of two things. First one, because as you saw, guys, I was busy, but I was reaching out to the person you introduced me to, the Nigerian YouTuber, to ask for the conversation. But as well, I just saw the comment in the comment section from Betty. Betty, by the way, I don't know if I can say this, but I'll ask you, Betty, first, if I can say this. I don't know if I can say this, so I'm just gonna shut up first. And so I was just reading to her comment, and then it reminded me something that we were talking earlier today.
Okay, that's good. It's good to see a smile on your face.
Yeah, this person from where?
Eh?
He's saying the person you are reaching out to is
Oh, so she's Nigerian YouTuber apparently. I've never heard about her. I've never seen her video or anything. But this name, Tanzania here. She told me. She told me about her, so I went direct on YouTube, check, and I've seen she's doing amazing, content for Africa. Like what she's doing is basically like what we are standing for, and it's amazing. So I think it's good to have a conversation with her here. Just like in those sessions that I say support African YouTubers, and so I want to include her and have conversation in that as well, because she's doing amazing work.
And she's reaching out to the diaspora as well. And, especially when it came to the African Americans, I know we haven't really talked about that, but a lot of African Americans are looking to Africa, both for our cultural heritage, our traditions and so on. So, it's good for us also to be, welcoming like we were today. I think today was a very good session, and we have to reach out and be unified within the continent as well as, outside of the world. So I do appreciate you guys also thinking about the people who are outside. We may be outside, but our minds are still in Africa.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got that right.
So she responded on your email or on your
Oh,
text.
I actually just DM her. I slide into her DM, and I usually use DM because sometimes email, they, even me, I know sometimes email it's hard to look up.
It sits there for about 7 to 10 days.
Yeah. Sometimes I saw some. I was applying for something, and they sent me email like long time ago, and today I just went to check because I have so many emails. I went to check it out, like, oh shoot, man, like I I had no idea that this, and they were like, you need, and I'm reminding myself right now that, you need to have interview. I mean, you need to decide when you can have interview and all those things. Yeah, email, it just doesn't work for me, Yeah.
I know. And then when you go, you see 100 messages, and you're like, oh, I'll come back later.
Man, I don't know. There are people who are passionate about email. This one guy, I had to tell him that please stop sending me these emails. Because this guy, he was sending me thousands, not thousands, exaggeration. He was sending me a lot of videos, a lot of emails, right, that they're doing. But I had to tell him that, brother, I got your YouTube. Thank you so much. But can you please just stop sending these emails? Because I feel bad all the time. I just need to click like and then delete them. I already have his YouTube. Now I think I might need to tell somebody else. There's someone else also doing the same thing. I know they're passionate, but sometimes it's hard. Like I cannot even read all of them, Like I see one day, for example, I'll tell you this. One day I receive like from the same person 1, 2, 3 emails almost every single day. Then these are information and also links. I can't. Like I can't really. I cannot go through this. I can't. I just can't. Yeah.
And that's why everybody has to do something. Sometimes we're looking to other people too much, to do something that we can do ourselves. Let's say that person, instead of sending you all these links, maybe he should just start his own, channel and then post those links to people, You got
that right. Yeah. I haven't said anything yet. I mean, later on, hopefully, these are kind of, so for something like this, I really need to work with someone that will just be dealing with emails, because this is just one email. For example, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, actually 3 emails every single day. Every single day. And I mean, they're good. For example, like that, you see, like topics are really good, but I just can't keep up with this. 1, 2, 3 on March 13, March 14, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then March 15, I think that person rested a little bit. March 16, 1, 2, 3. And today is March 17, right? I think, today, later on when I wake up, I will see emails again. 3 every single day. God bless this person, man. But I'm sorry, man. I'm not reading all of them. I'm not reading emails. I'm sorry.
I hope he's just sending you for information and he doesn't expect feedback from everything, because some people also just want to share information and, that's all they want to do. The problem is people who just want an answer every single day, 3 replies to 3 questions every day. Hey, who can be paid to do that? No.
With emails, you really need to be very smart with what you send, because people get a lot of stuff on the on their inbox and they prioritize things. You're more likely to get a response from anything that is agent on them, because everything goes with priority. So if I'm reading my emails or in the morning you've got, let's say, 50 emails on your inbox. If you're going to go through all of them, you're probably going to be prioritizing and say, oh, this one needs a response now, or this one is urgent. This one is not urgent. I can, even if I reply after a week, it's still fine. It's nothing that is urgent. It's not going to affect my performance or my work. So people need to be really, really be careful. I mean, when sending emails or anything, you must just really look in terms of what you're sending, and don't really complain. Don't really put a lot of text, especially because people read a lot of emails. If you're gonna put a lot of stuff to go through, people will just read the first two paragraphs and then their mind switches off to the next thing. You know,
now you
some will just read one paragraph and then they're off. They're already not thinking about whatever you want to say because you want to explain too much. They'll say next. Go, you know.
Somebody sat up the whole night typing for hours and hours.
You know.
And then you only read 2 lines.
Exactly. Get to the point, be precise, just make it easy to read as well. If you're gonna put big paragraphs, people get turned off so quickly. They start really browsing through your email, unless if they need something. Even if they need something from you, they'll start browsing. They miss most of the things that you really are saying in the email. They'll just spot read, and then they'll ask you question when they meet you, like, what are you saying about this? Or just explain to me. And then that person, you had already drafted so much in an email, now you have to explain it again in person or via telephone or whatever. So be precise, set up a meeting. This person will say, yes, I'll be able to do it that time or not. Makes things easy, you know.
I hope people are taking notes.
Yeah, I deal with that, and I'm just also speaking from my own experience, that how I read emails. I get a lot of emails in terms of work and other things, and honestly, I do prioritize what is in front of me, what's on my deadline, on my list of priorities. I'll be responding to that quickly, giving answers, giving feedback, reports, whatever. But if it's something that you're gonna be asking me, something that is really off what I need to do, hey, unfortunately, sometimes I don't even read it. I just check your name there. I don't read it. Go to the one that I really need to respond to.
Hey, Mika, I might have a solution to your problem. You know, you have a lot of too many emails coming in and not enough. You said you need somebody to read them. Maybe this person who likes to write a lot, maybe he might be good for reading a lot. Maybe he's the person who you should hire for that. Send him some of the less priority emails, like the ones he had been sending to you, and make him read them from people like him. You know?
Yeah.
That could work.
I need some time because I don't know who is this person. You know, I can't trust with the email.
Oh, that's true. Actually, I'll take it back. No, I'll take it back because you don't know what kind of crazy people are, you know, out there. Especially somebody who sends you 3 messages every other day. Yeah, that's yeah.
His Excellence knows how long it took for me to give him password to the email.
If you can't trust Pastor Ezra, who can you trust?
No, trust is earned. You know,
trust
you need to earn it, and you need to keep it. You know, maintain it. Sorry, that goes with everything. It's like now, Tenzin. If trust is like money, is like no one will just give you money for no reason.
Yeah,
you need to earn it, and once, if let's say you are given an account to now have access to funds and all that, I mean, it will take a lot of things. We need to know a lot of information around you. You know, you won't just say, oh, you just met this person, you like
just
them,
don't ask questions about the money. You know? It's okay. It's being dealt with. It's safe. The money is safe.
Money, you know, with money, right?
My banker is personally guarding the money in my account.
You know, I'll tell you a story about money, right? How money is. Money is also one of the most sensitive things one can have, you know, and one should be like, not everyone is allowed to touch money or be responsible for money. Even the most the most so-called loyal friend, whatever, you know, there's things that you don't just give everyone to even if they are good people. There are people who are good with other things, good to be friends with, but not with money. There are people who are good with money, but not good in terms of. I'm telling you, it's like that. You know,
That's so
like
true. That's so true.
there are
That's so
people
true.
that really can handle your money better. You find, but they don't have good people skills. But in terms of finances, man, those people can really do your money. They can handle money well. They can help you invest well and stuff. But when it comes to like, just take out maybe the business aspect and let's just talk life. You find they're very rude. They're very, they're hard to really crack them or even enjoy their company. But let's say talk business, talk other things. You find you guys are on the same page. But remove the business side, you find bad. Character-wise, it's like, oh, hey,
no,
man.
you're right.
And
You're
then
right.
there's people who have good personality, good characters that give them money, they'll use it for. They get easily tempted, or they're not disciplined in terms of in that area. So those are the things that's why there's a thing that people say, like in my country or in my circles maybe, whereby even in all the good things we can sometimes be friends, but let's not borrow each other money. Let us not let's help one another, but let's not start involving money too much. Money, we can just do it once in a while, but in most cases, sometimes they'll tell you, when it comes to friendship, let's be friends, but let's not do business together. Some people are good friends, but cannot be good business partners. So others can manage both, but of which is a bit challenging at times. So those are the things that you need to really be sure. You don't just wake up, and that's why people are naive when they are seeing people who market themselves and say, invest $1,000 to get $12,000. Come on, man. Don't be lazy. Like, one of the things I've learned from my man of God, he's also a businessman. He also once told us about money. He was just teaching us about basic things about money as well. That if, as a friend, I say, His Excellency Mika Tenzin, I've got this great idea, I've got this business, maybe I'm a forex trader, whatever you name it. Give me your 1,000 rand. I guarantee you, I'll bring you $12,000. One of the things he told us is, once you give somebody your money, which means he's taking the risk. As much as, yes, he's trying to assure you that he'll grow your money, but he's taking the risk. And what if that risk, he loses that money? That's why a lot of people sometimes lose their money to investment. And now friendship is strained because you gave your friend, in trusting him that, no, we've been friends for 20 years.
Right.
This guy's been in business. He drives nice cars. You trust him, but he's taking a risk as well with your money. So you are literally taking your money and risking it with somebody else. And that person is a human being. He can lose that money through investment. He can invest somewhere and the company gets liquidated, which means your money is gone.
Right.
And now, as a friend, because you believed him, and he also assured you that, no, I will bring the returns, and then now he can deliver, he starts not answering your calls.
Oh, can I tell you stories?
What's happening with this guy?
He's out of here.
I'll tell you one horror diaspora story that you hear a lot. People come out here and, they send, and the sad thing is, this is not, usually it's a family. You send money back home, you think you're building a house, you think things are going well, all of that stuff. You go back home, there's no land, you can't even find somebody, So yeah, I agree that sometimes, family friendships, those things can really, break friendships and relationships, because when you entrust somebody with you, it's not just money you picked from the ground. You worked hard for it, you earned it, you have a plan for it, and then when somebody that should do better by you, somebody that you trust and that you should, family automatically should just know each other. And so when people do that back home also, that's not a good thing to do, because it destroys trust. And also, you know, somebody's trying to do the right thing and you're discouraging them by your greed, you know. So yeah, we are all supposed to, and that's why, you know, getting back to you know, to Magufuli, I think Mika said earlier that if you were good, you had nothing to fear. If you were bad, you know,
you know it's coming for you.
Yes.
And you're scared even you don't see you.
Yeah. So we should really be like that with each other, you know, even with the family. If somebody is not doing the right thing, or if your friend is not doing the right thing, let's not just, you know, turn an eye and say, oh, you know, we look the other way. So it starts with ourselves, you know. We can't, we have to trust, no, we have to earn the trust of our family and the trust of our friends and the trust of our people, you know, if we want the same from them. Yeah.
Exactly. And as like such things where you are away from home and you want to invest, and I think sometimes we need to learn and sometimes families, we need to be honest with one another's families. When a no is a no, it's not that I hate you, it's not that I don't want to support you, but there are times when you, no matter who you are, whether it's your brother, blood brother, sister, whatever, there are times when they need to know, yes, my brother is working well, my sister is working well, wherever he is, or no. But there's time when you need to say no. Right now it's not the right time. I don't have, or even if you have money does not mean you don't have plans for money. I think sometimes that's the wrong narrative some people have when they think because
you have too much money, give me some.
Loaded. That means the money is ours now, you know.
Your pockets are too heavy, my brother. Let me lighten them.
His Excellency, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you going through these days?
Yeah, go through it.
Are you going through what you're talking about right now?
I've gone through all these spaces, bro. I've gone through all of them.
I feel like now, you might have some cousins, you know, getting in your head. They didn't return the money they took away from you.
I've gone through all these things that I'm talking about. You know, I'm not talking about something that I've seen friends go through. It's something that I've experienced, and it took me a while. When I was starting working, growing up, it wasn't easy, you know, like you have to try to please everyone. But as you start growing, you start knowing, like, no, yes, I am, you know, you have something, but if I've got money or whatever I'm doing is bringing money, or they kind of see how I live my life, or they know where you're working, and they know that maybe you're working for one of the big companies, you've got a good position, whatever, or you've got a business on the side as well. People sometimes they just think, obviously, yes, they've got challenges as well. They'll call you to say, brother so and so, I got this problem, can you help me? Where you can help, but do not overcommit yourself. Tell people and just be honest and say, I can only help you with XY amount. Or if you have the amount, you can say, okay, I'll fully help you with this one. But it shouldn't be a thing whereby everyone, when they come to you now, you have to always, you'll end up now sacrificing yourself and not pushing some of your agenda, your work, or even your business. You start losing a lot of income because the money, people don't understand that business, the money that is on your business is for your business. You're only taking what is really necessary. But the main thing is to have money that your business can always grow itself and maintain itself. They're forgetting that business needs to maintain itself. Even if they say you've got a business that's worth $1 million US today, it doesn't mean you've got 1 million in your account. That's a business on its own. It has employees, it has its own operational costs that it needs to maintain itself. If you start taking from that business, especially if you're the owner of the whole business, you don't have shareholders or you don't have any people that you share responsibilities with, you're gonna close down business very soon. Or you'll be helping your family, but your employees at work, they'll be saying, hey, we're getting paid late at the end of the month. We're not getting paid our money because now you have to release this money. and close this one, borrow this and this. So one of the things I tell Africans, I know Tanzania, you probably in the US, you might experience some of the stuff where people thinking you have money, you've got the dollar, send those dollars, we convert to shillings here. It should be good money. You know, but the earlier you learn to say no sometimes, the better. But if you leave this thing and it grows, people just think, even some people in the family, when they know they've been helped, they don't longer want to even sweat for their own things. They're like, no, Brother Mika will do it for us. Call Brother Mika. Brother Mika. They said I must call you.
We see you traveling all around. You must have a lot of money.
You know,
that's the reason why I started to surprise people. Like I started to come back home. Not particularly my family. My family they're very different that I live with, but friends and colleagues. That's when I started to surprise them. Like I started coming back home without telling them that I'm coming. That's surprising because whenever I come, it's crazy. You will hear somebody say, "Hey Mika, can you bring a flat TV for me?" Another person, there's this. Somebody literally told me this, that there's this air condition. It's kind of like you have a remote and you can control everything with your remote air condition and house and phones and radios and all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, like really, like you think I'm a ship. I'm going to carry all these things with me. And so sometimes I just had to, to run away without telling people that I'm coming back home. That is proof I'm home.
And, this is also part of this whole media manipulation, because people just see, the easy part of life in other countries. You see you see California, you see America, you see UK, and people are just singing around, and there are places where the standard of living is higher or better and all that, but you're not seeing what it takes to have those, and you're not seeing the problems and the issues that they're dealing with. You're just seeing it from a rosy perspective. So a lot of the times it's also people are just say, oh, you're from this place, so automatically you must have all of this. Sometimes it's true, sometimes, and even when you do have it, if you start giving people money back home, you will be broke by the second day. People are waiting for you with 100 requests. So, you also have to be very, for me, what I started saying was this: why don't we work together and do something instead of just, because this charity mentality, that's why I say things start from the bottom and they go all the way up. This begging mentality, in individual Africans, it starts from the person at the bottom all the way to the leader at the top who is going to beg for, the IMF and the charities and all of that things. But it's the same thing with the person at the bottom who they're just asking for free money. If somebody came, because one of my little cousins, they said, oh, I have an idea for doing this and that, and I want to make money, especially somebody who wants to start a business. What's the matter? What's funny?
I was reading.
No, we know stories. A lot of stories about
that. I learned my lesson last year. I was determined to complete a project, but lesson learned.
Please share the lesson. What was the lesson?
I mean, what we're talking about. I think
okay.
Spend the money and all those things. Oh, guys. So I wanted to say this, guys. This is a whole new, other topic.
I know.
And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. But if we're gonna continue with this topic, then it's important to end this one because it has a different, kind of topic. And
I blame Pastor Ezra who came in late.
Yeah, guys. So that's dependent on Pastor Ezra.
Yes.
To end this, and I don't know, Pastor Ezra, how occupied you are. Do you think you're gonna continue to work, or you're gonna continue to do this?
Maybe. Do you want us to end this one and start another stream, or do you want us to continue here?
Yeah. This is basically on you. So if you're gonna continue, this will be on you. But for this, I want to end because of the topic. Yeah, I want to keep that, as a topic. And for this conversation, if you want to continue, then you can start with the another one. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
let's end because it's almost like 3 hours. So it has been a good discussion.
And for guys, I've been seeing here messages, people asking Sarah Taseme, say hi you all. I think I missed a lot today. And Nana Dreams as well when you came. And it's true. You guys, you missed a lot. Like what you heard right now, it was completely different things. We're talking about different things. So please, we are ending this, but if you want to really know what we're talking about, please go all the way to the beginning and watch, because it's very important. And we're going to be talking about that a lot in these coming days. It was very important topic to have, very important discussion. And so you can go back there and check it out. Thank you, Maria Antoinette. Appreciate. So, His Excellence, we can come another day, or you, it's on you.
Do the guys want something? I think maybe if they want something, we can do an hour or so. I'm not sure.
Of course they do. Why are you even asking?
He's telling me it's not true.
Yeah, the question is whether you have time. So I know
we can have something. No stress. We can have something. I don't think I'll be on the books right now. My mind is no longer there. A couple of hours. So I had like almost 4 hours. Yeah. So, but okay. I can't go there. I don't do those, like I don't know. People, when I hear people say I've got 12 hours that I was studying, I can't do that. I study in parts.
No, let's not do the long ones today. Maybe just an hour or so, and then we still wait. Yeah, that should be good.
No problem.
You guys gonna continue to talk about this, right?
Yeah, I'll be on.
Yeah. Then you can create here the page. Banjul just got here. Banjul, I love you, my brother. Banjul, I gotta tell you this. You missed a lot of things today. So whenever you get a time, you go back there, you watch the beginning of this topic, man. Because right now we are heading towards different direction. And we are going to create another one that His Excellence here, he will be here for 1 hour, to talk about that. His Excellence, I wanna create here for you so that as we're stopping,
you can do that.
How you're doing?
Yeah, we can just set it up quickly, and then
all right.
Once you end this one, and then we can guys can just come in and whatever they want to talk about, being scammed from overseas or whatever they want to talk about, it's fine.
Yeah, to catch up.
Let's hear the stories about these diaspora people. What have they gone through?
Exactly.
A lot.
That's really good. It's really good to have that discussion about diaspora. It's a lot. It's a lot, really.
Thank you. Thank you, boy.
I'll share the link with Tenzin after you share it, so that she can join me when we start.
Oh yeah. Banjul, he says 2 pastors and a queen.
Thank you. Thank you, Banjul.
All right, here. Diaspora struggles.
They better tell us. Yeah. But, are they eating noodles? Are they living on noodles?
We are living on noodles.
Oh, don't get me there, Ezra. You want me to stay here the whole night too? It's not gonna be 1 hour.
Is it set up already? But just one question. Sorry, guys. Sorry, His Excellency. In fact, my initial plan was to say something about our late president, President Magufuli, and but in closing, for this, sorry that I also just went off topic. I just joined in and went into other things. But a great leader indeed, a real African who loved Africa, and who loved his people and who made sure that Africans are doing things for themselves. And one of the speeches that I heard during his memorial from other presidents, they mentioned that he didn't really love travel. They thought he was afraid of flying or didn't love traveling, but he really emphasized the point that we need to be working, you know, instead of just being all over the place. And him having to cut costs on travels and all those things really showed somebody who really channeled the funds of the country into development. Yeah, but I'll just leave it here. But I think we should have another topic where we can have a lot of people. We can really focus so much about the legacy that he left and the work that he has left for Africa and the people of Tanzania.
Yeah, you know, you reminded me something about that, and I think I'll share this video as we are closing, so that we may watch. This was the speech of, I think it was this. I think is Zambian president. Is it Zambia? Oh, I'm always confusing Malawi or Zambia. He was talking about. Let's listen. Guys, by the way, this is One Africa YouTube channel, so you can subscribe there.
Well, that's the president of Malawi.
Hey, I join you all in a state of shock and grief, representing not just myself, but all the peoples of Malawi, at the passing of one of Africa's finest sons, because none of us saw it coming. This ability to let no one see his next move coming, which we find unsettling in death, is also what we find inspiring in life. When they said laziness and sloth in public service cannot be cured, they did not see Magufuli coming. When they said the cartels of corruption strangling Africa's governments cannot be defeated, they did not see Magufuli coming. When they said African states cannot become middle-income economies within a single presidential term, they didn't see Magufuli coming. When they said infrastructural projects in Africa cannot be completed on time and on budget, they did not see Magufuli coming. When they said the only way to pursue our development is to follow failed prescriptions of foreign financial institutions that have left Africa more impoverished and in debt than they found it, they did not see Magufuli coming. To us, who had the privilege of knowing the unpredictable Magufuli, the example of his life of service shall forever be a launching pad of our own. To us who have the honor of going through this world as Africans, Magufuli's love of country shall forever be a light on that pilgrimage. To us who have been entrusted with governing the nations of our beautiful and rich continent, Magufuli's leadership shall forever move us out of complacency. It is right for us to hold him in this regard. John Pombe Joseph Magufuli was not just an icon, he was a hero. May his name be preserved in every capital of Africa as a symbol of the kind of resolve that will create the Africa we want. May his work be venerated in every village as an example of worthy of our imitation. And may his soul rest in eternal peace as he meets with his God, with whom we hope to one day see Magufuli coming. Madam President, we will stand with you Tanzanians, Malawians will stand with you. My friend, kwaheri ndugu yangu. My deepest condolences to you all.
That speech, it's still get it to me, you know. I shared it that time because I was following along everything that was happening on that day, and this video is available on One Africa channel. I wrote it as "They Didn't See Magufuli Coming." These are kind of, you know, especially in days like these are videos that we need to share, to reshare, you know, because, you know, I was saying earlier that the Western media, you know, it was always against him and the world. When he was leading, when he came to power, and even before his death and after his death, you know, it was always just negative, 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 to humiliate this man who has been fighting for his people and for Africa in general, right? So the Western media really achieved that in a huge part, because the image of Magufuli to people who are not Tanzanians, basically even African, to people who are not Tanzanian, people who didn't understand what he was saying or what he was standing for, people who just read the media about him, it's very negative. It's very negative. But when you go and see things he has done, and people and leaders, African leaders, how they talk about him, because they were collaborating with him and working together, you see what they, you know, I mean, what they say about him. And so these are, and even, you know, when he died, I was sharing this today. Honestly, like I didn't see much, like more people talking about him. You know, I didn't see people you know, defending this man, you know, for what the Western media was painting and, you know, and saying, as if he was just another leader that is coming from that, or I have nothing to do with this guy. That's it. And when he died, everything just went like that. And I feel very responsible to speak about, you know, him and his legacy and, you know, what he has done over the years. And, you know, I hope Africa will talk about it, because he was kind of leader that, you know, he reminded me a lot of, you know, leaders who were fighting for independence back in the days. He reminded me of all these great leaders that we have, because that's the only thing that we are craving for in this generation. We want leaders who will fight for Africa like those are our forefathers, right? And things that he did is just incredible. So I just hope that people will you know, raise awareness. I hope they will not stop, you know, talking about this, because that's what they want. Western media, they want to erase everything he has done, every single good thing he has done, with some propaganda and some lies that it managed did after his death. I remember I went to comment to a lot of pages. I even comment in the Daily Show of our brother Trevor Noah, comment very long message of the a spoken word that I shared. Even today, I reshared again here on Swahili Nation. And it's amazing that people, they're not paying attention to it. Even when they see that, oh, this is about this, they're not paying attention to it. But it's the same thing that they always do, you know, with our leaders. And so some of us who don't really know what they stood for, we start looking down on them. We don't know what they stood for. We just say, oh, he was a dictator. Oh, he was this and this. But who says that he was a dictator? It's them. They're saying that, and we are falling into that, and we do not demand to see right what happened to this man or what this happened. Like we don't question it, because we believe what the Western media is saying. So it's our responsibility to do that, and it always get me. It get me in this speech because at the end he said in Swahili, he said, like he stopped, he paused, and he was actually crying, and he said, kwaheri rafiki yangu, ndugu yangu, basically say goodbye my friend. right? And you know, it's sad. It's crazy. Like it's really sad. We cannot dwell in that sadness, but we need really need to. That has to push us to do, you know, something about it. You know, yeah, and to defend our people, our leaders, and yeah, and to always speak about, you know, them, because we are where we are today. It's because of their leadership and what they're doing, whether it's good or bad, but we are where we are because of them at the end of the day. Yeah, so anyways.
Very true. That was very powerful. And I'll just add just one thing. It's the same as what you're saying, and just to define ourselves by our own terms, not by somebody else's terms. And, you know, that reminded me of Eritrea. There was this person from Eritrea. He was saying, we don't allow ourselves to be defined as a small country. We're not a poor country. We're not a third world country. We are a strong and defiant country. So we have to learn to define ourselves by our own terms, not by the terms that somebody else defines for us. So thank you. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it for today.
Oh, it's amazing that it's over a year now since this. Time is really just whew.
It's just yesterday.
Mm.
It was just yesterday making these videos.
But,
It's true, sanity.
And I think one of the things that sometimes when you have, I think a lot of when you meet leaders that demands accountability for your work, people tend to say they are dictators, they are strict. I think strict is also sometimes good for people where to put order. Some people really need such treatment, especially in Africa. For us to achieve a lot of things, we really need disciplined leaders. And when we meet such disciplined leaders, those who don't like discipline will not love such leaders. But those who want chaos, who just want to do whatever they want, when they meet such leaders, they'll start labeling them as dictators, or if they can't bribe them, then they'll try to discredit their hard work and what they're trying to achieve. So, but with such leaders, that we need such a breed of leaders in Africa. The whole continent, and each African country needs leaders that are really disciplined, leaders who can really toe the line to say, these are the goals. Let's remain on course to achieve our objectives and make sure that our countries and our people get the services and the things that they need for them to elevate poverty and stuff. So let's strive and pray for such leaders, and let's work hard to be such leaders as well, even in our own corners, because I think leadership it's everywhere, in every sector, every place where you find yourself. You need to show leadership as people. Leadership is not only shown in politics, because I think that's where we're missing out a lot of things. We don't do a lot because the main thing when we think leadership, we're thinking our politicians. Hence, we discredit them so much. But there's so much that we are also not doing in other places, in other sectors, where there is even corruption in other sectors, even in private sometimes, where it gets maybe shelved because it's not really viewed so much, unlike if you're in government. But I think as young African leaders, we need to continue working hard and making sure that wherever we find ourselves, whether in America, whether we find ourselves in the continent, in everything that we do, let's try to be disciplined. Let's try to work hard. Let's make sure that we develop this continent for everyone, not just for us. Because what I use today, every tool that we get and every opportunity that we get, let's make sure that we take care of those opportunities so that tomorrow, even when you are no longer there, somebody can still take the baton and move forward. But if one person is just gonna grab an opportunity and destroy it, while there's 10 other people behind them, it's not what we should be striving for. Let's all strive that we build together and make sure that every opportunity that we find ourselves in. And leadership, we should not be thinking popularity when we're thinking leadership. Everything from our own homes, from our own families, it needs to start in our homes. As we go out, we need to make sure that even our own homes are well taken care of, and we're showing leadership in our own homes and society in general. When we meet the public, it's just an extension of what we are doing even in our small capacity in our own places. And let's not take that for granted, that leadership starts with us in everything. If it means I don't throw litter anywhere in the street, that's leadership. That's showing leadership, to know that no, I'll rather throw it whenever I see the next trash can or a bin or something. That's leadership as well. Understanding those things, very basic things, can really help us as a continent. So let's start with the basic and let's do them right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing what you're saying, His Excellence. This man right here, he set the high standard, and he made it look to everybody that the president's job or leadership is difficult. It's hard. Before this man, I remember like everybody had a dream to become a president. But when he came, people, they started to rethink. And people of Tanzania, they even...
he should bring that, sorry to interrupt, but he should bring that thinking to Kenya, because half of Kenyans are trying to run for elections.
even people of Tanzania, they were asking him not to stop after 10 years, because he ran for 5 years and then he was re-elected again. So people, they wanted, but he refused. He said, I'm gonna just stay here for my time, that is here according to the constitution, and I will leave. But people, they saw that because of what he did, of his actions and what he was doing, right? We saw videos of Kenyans asking Magufuli to be a president of Kenya. We've seen Kenyan asking that, please, Magufuli, can he come and lead Kenya? We have seen that. No offense to the president of Kenya, but I'm saying those are kind of things that we saw. And a lot of Kenyans felt that way because they saw how Tanzania moved from, just in 5 years, moved from low per capita all the way to middle income country, within 5 years. And that was the vision to 2030. It was 2030 until 2030 or 2025, something like that. But it happened just within 5 years instead of 10 years. And, whenever I think about this, it just really struck me so hard that every time Africa is trying to make improvement, it's trying to make progress, something happens that shut it down. And I don't wanna guess what is that, but I just know that every time when we're trying to make improvement and try to make move, and actually something is happening by ourselves, by our strength, by our leaders. I want to say this: African leaders, yes, I know we have a lot of challenges, but they are the most great leaders you have ever seen in this world. African leaders, because things they're dealing with, the challenges they're facing, nobody else faced the challenges they're facing, African leaders. Imagine in this continent that people, they don't have anything. They have to worry about that. At the same time, they have to worry about the colonial power that is looking forward to invade Africa again and again and again, dealing with all this stuff at the same time. And in the environment like this, it's not easy. Yes, we look down on them sometimes, but we have to be honest with ourselves that they are doing a pretty good job sometimes. And we need to acknowledge that, because I'm telling you, you can bring those leaders from other countries, they'll not be able to do what these guys are doing here, because the challenges, it's a lot of challenge, pressure from every side. But this guy, particularly Magufuli, what he did and the standard he set for 5 years, for 5 years, everybody was scared to be like, wow, if this is the president's, he showed, like, for 5, it's like God is just giving you something for a short period of time. Like, it's like your mom is buying you like iPhone 13, the new one, and then it's giving you for only 5 days. And then it's taking away. You're using it, you love it so much, you're like, wow, this is the best phone I've ever seen before, and then taking it away from you, and you'll never see it again. And is giving you back, you know, the Nokia torch. And you no, let me change that analogy. You guys don't try to convey this to anything, but what I'm trying to say is, in 5 years, what this man has done, I still don't understand. Like, we're gonna be talking for the rest of our lives, because the country, it has been for 60 years. A lot of countries, what is done in 5 years, it hasn't happened. Yes, they were building a foundation and everything, but the commitment, resilience, confidence, boldness, and fearless these men had, the spirit of Hapakazitu and what he did, and worked 24/7 for Africa, for Tanzania, and for Africa. He always mentioned Africa, always. That's another thing. He always named Africa, always. And he never said that I'm the president of Tanzanians. He always just say, I'm the president of Wanyonge. Mimi ni rais wa Wanyonge. Wanyonge means, what is Wanyonge in English, Tanzan? Because I cannot really translate this Wanyonge. I only say poor people. But Wanyonge is like weak people, right?
Yeah, I think so. If you can't, I definitely can't, because your Swa is better than mine.
Is it not for everyone? It's not everyone.
Yeah.
Does it not mean everyone?
No. Wanyonge literally means, Wanyonge means those people who are weak, like weak, not like
they're dispossessed, the people who don't have power, or not the influential, you know,
people who are neglected.
Like, yeah, something like that. People, I think neglected. Yeah,
exactly. People who don't have voice, people like poor, poor people is like strong word in English, but in Swahili we say, I say mimi ni rais wa masikini na wanyonge. It means those people that a lot of time, like you see governments, they don't pay attention to, they've been neglected, disregarded. For example, people who are selling stuff on the street, right? One thing we're talking about today, he gave them freedom to do that, and he said we cannot tax them, right? Because that's the only thing that they have. We call omachinga back home in Tanzania. So he didn't just say that, but he did that. He acted that, right? And he was showing that, right? How much he defends these people, right? They even like man, it's crazy how much he was defending and all those stuff in reality. And I shared the video today as well. So that standard and what he did, it was even open up. That's why you see this speech, it was this like powerful, because it opened up a lot of African leaders to be like, oh man, we have a leader like this in this generation right now. The guy who speaks truth about things that are happening. If you know Swahili, man, you listen to his speech and you'll be scared. You'll be like, oh my goodness, because like he's like this, talking the way it is, like he's just addressing the way it is. If he's addressing to Western, that's how he's addressing. So it's
this is why I always have to put in something about translations, because you know that's my name. But you know, that's one of the things too that I would hope that somebody would also do in the future. Just take his speeches and maybe have them accessible for the English audience, because this was one of the problems also with Ngugi wa Thiong'o. He was a Kikuyu writer, and he wanted to write, you know, only in Kikuyu, but at the same time that also, you know, limited the audience. So what they did is he would write in Kikuyu and then they'll translate, you know, to English and other languages. But everybody really needs to hear, you know, his powerful speeches. They are just, you know, they hit very close to the heart. Okay, I'm trying to be short, but, you know, when you talked about the effect of, you know, the slave trade, they took away, you know, the strong people, not even the strong men, they took even women and children. They were just snatching everybody that they could. You know, no discrimination at all. But, you know, also they did that to the people who were left on the continent. We have lost so many of our people, so many of our great people. You know, they took away Nkrumah, they took away Tomboya, they killed so many people. And sometimes we wonder why we're so behind. It's because every time, like Mika, I think it was Mika, every time we try to move forward, you know, something happens. It could be just an accident or it could be determined, however it is, something happens when we start going forward. So, you know, whenever whenever we start going forward, we should also know that it's not going to end, that there's always going to be forward, and sometimes we'll just have to pick each other up and just continue, because there is a concerted effort to stop when we try to move forward.
So true. And we should never stop moving forward, because we know something, of course, will happen. But at the same time, we should always look at, at the learning from what is happening. Look at the past and see how can we move forward together, because that's what we're preaching here about One Africa. How can we move forward together in solidarity, to make sure that we are, at the same time, we are protecting one another? Because this is one of the things that at the end of the day, we you realize, and the time is already past, that we should protect one another. When you, like, cause you know what's gonna happen. Like, it's not even a you know what's gonna happen. Some of our people here, they don't even want to show their faces because they know what's gonna happen after that, And so we know it. Then what are we doing about it? Are we waiting until something happened then to say that, start hashtagging, oh, RIP Mika, RIP whatever, His Excellence? But we can do something about it right now. Stand together in solidarity, protect one another, to make sure that, you know what, we have to protect our people. We have our own treasure in Africa. We have to protect our people at all costs. How can we do that? That's something that we Africans, both of us, inside the continent, outside of continent, we have to be awake and to start protecting one another. Because I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, if we don't do that, I mean, if in the past we have seen, president being taken down, what about just common mwananchi, just ordinary people? If someone can take, in the past, I'm talking about, there's Thomas Sankara and a lot of people, Gaddafi, and man, like, we really, Africans, we cannot just sit down and say that, oh, they're taking our people down, they're doing this and this to our people. No, we have to figure out the way to protect one another. How are we going to stop this? Because we cannot let it like be simple, easy for things like that to happen. It has to be difficult. And it can only happen if us Africans, we stand together, we defend one another at all costs. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we need to figure out. That's why we're asking for One Africa. We need to figure out how we can protect each other. How we can protect each other from all this stuff. We need to figure it out so that when whoever thinking about doing that, they have to think twice. That, are we going to do this or not? Because if we do this, we know what's going to happen. Because there are people in this world, they think they control the world and they don't worry about anything. They don't care about anything but themselves. And they can do that just in the blink of an eye. So we need to protect one another. We need it because we need this voice to go out. The people want to shut this down, but we need to protect, and we need to even shout louder. Not only me, all of us, we need to shout even louder, again and again and again and again and again, for our continent, for our people. Because I'm telling you, man, like, if you're scared, if we're scared, we're not going to see change. And we need to be ready. A lot of times here we talk with one another, guys, how much are we willing to sacrifice? I shared that post the other day. How far are we willing to go? We are in a battle that, we're in a fight that can risk our lives. And how willing are we to sacrifice that? How far are we willing to go? Because I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. For me, I would have told myself, and I would have shared with you guys. I've shared with, let it come. But whatever that is coming, it will come, and I will be opening my big mouth talking. Because that's what I'm called to say. So whatever that is come, let it come. Let it come. but we'll open our mouth all the time, we'll talk, because we want our people to understand, we want our people to wake up. And guys, the time is to wake up is right now. That's why I share this message today on the thumbnail, that message to all Black people. The time is up. I say the time is up. Actually, I changed that a lot. First time I wrote the time is now. And then I was like, right now. And then I had to change it for third time. The time is up. That we're running out of time. The time is right now to do it. We cannot, right now is not a time for us to talk about, oh, how can we protect one another? How can we stand for, how can we, no, it's not about how, it's about, let's do it. And it's about like, this is how we're going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's why we need to do it. And guys, we need to do it right now before it's too late. We need to do it. Do it right now. Because we need more leaders like this. We need more leaders in Africa that will stay a long time. They'll leave their legacy. After they finish their regime, they'll write books. They'll be advisors. They will live in the countries that they built with blood, sweat, and tears, and enjoy the fruits of what they have invested or planned. So yeah, Africa, I just hope that whatever that is happening with us, whatever that is dividing us, dividing our continent, dividing our people, diaspora, and people in Africa, whatever that is dividing us, I just hope that we wake up from that sleep. Like we wake up. That people are sleeping and they don't want to wake up. Wake up. We need to start praying, Pastor. We need to start to pray the prayer of wake up. Please wake up, Africa. Wake up. We need to start declaring and praying for that, because it might be spiritual sleep as well. You talk to people, they just sleep. They don't want to wake up because they enjoy sleeping. We need to start praying for this, that our people can wake up. Our people can think big, not just think small, think big, and protect this land. That's what I'm saying, man. If our people, diaspora, come back home, I was asking this question, what if all our diaspora come back home? Man, you know what will happen? Man, these people, they will think twice what to do with this place, because most of our people, they develop those nations out there. Doctors, engineers, people working in ITs and different places, they develop this. So if all of them, they come back home to develop Africa, man, we'll have a say. They will be in the position of demand. Oh, can we use your whatever? And they're like, no, we need them. Like we'll be in a position, in a position of demand as well, because our people, they are all over there, and they've been living there for a long time, and they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot. So Africa, we need to wake up. Black people, we need to wake up. That Africa is your home. Remember, Africa is your home. And come and protect your people, because our people, they're not just dying outside because of police brutality, but they're dying inside here, Africa as well, because of military brutality, like what happened in Burkina Faso. We wrote that later, the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. We need to wake up, guys. We need to. We have to. It's urgent call. And it needs to happen right now, because the time is up. We don't have time. Don't have time. And that's why I was sharing today that, guys, yes, I know there's a war going on, but there's a wars going on in Africa. And there where people are being killed in other parts of Saudi Arabia, other parts of the world. I stand for them. It's our people. Those are people that we are called to defend at all costs, because if your house is not at peace, how can you go and try to make peace with a neighbor's house if in your house you don't have a peace? This is your house. Even if you're born outside, but Africa is your home, it's your house. You need to defend the peace, the heritage, the love, and the unity of this place, because this is your home, your first home. Whatever you are right now, it's your second home, but Africa is your first home. Anyways.
You know, it just reminded me of something. With regards to war, you know, when there's war, not everyone goes to war. So There are those who want to go to war, and there are those who must remain at home. There are those who will not go to the war, who will be cooking for those who go to the war.
Yes.
There are those who will take care of those who come, who get injured during the wars. You know, everybody plays a role. And I just thought of the story of Gideon in the Bible. You know, when the mission started for them to free Israel, you know that there were a lot of people who came. Who said, "We'll go with you to war," but God had to sift, had to like kind of split and filter the people until he was left with only 300 people for the war. And with everything, sometimes I think we always think we need big numbers, but we need to start with whatever God gives us. Let's start there, you know. And as we've started right now with this One Africa movement, and whatever that God has given you and allowed all of us to come and join, that's where the movement starts. And we're not stopping. When the numbers come, thank God, you know. But as you said, the time is now. Time is up. We'll pray for the time is up, and we'll pray for an awakening amongst the people, that the blindness will fall away, and people will really realize who they are and how they should be moving going forward for their own destiny and for the destiny of Africa to take its own rightful place in the world. And I think right now what we have to do is every moment we need to cherish it, and every moment we need to make sure that we promote our motherland, you know. Let's make sure that we promote our motherland in every sphere of society, be it music. Let's push that. If it's art, anything, let's push. If it's politics, let's push our agendas. If it's policies that are going to empower young Africans and Africans in general, let's push for such agenda. Let's expose them to the world to say, or even our people, not even to the world, but to our people, because a lot of people, they live in countries where they don't even know the policies of their governments, for example. So those are the things that we need to make sure that when our leaders come and say, I'm campaigning for the presidency, and also what Tenzin said about people in Kenya wanting to be president is also a good sign as well, when people are willing to take leadership role and say, I can do better job. We rather sometimes have a lot of candidates than just having only few that come from 1-2 parties, you know.
No, most of them just want to be there for the money.
Obviously, some you know, with many people, some of them, the system will really swallow them out. You will filter them and take them out. But
this is why, this is why it was important when what Mika was saying about, you know, President Magufuli making it difficult to become president. So people will not just see the post as being where you just sit back and eat the country. They'll see that it's a position where you actually have to work hard. And so the only people who will want to be in that position are the people who are willing to do that work. So, yeah.
And what I say about active citizenship is, the more people are interested in their country, whether you'll always have people with bad intention that we can never run away from. There'll be those who are thinking, hey, this will elevate poverty by me having a senior position. But when we have a lot of people also contesting, that means even if somebody goes to the seat, it's not going to be easy for that person, because he'll be challenging all sides to say, you said you want to promise this, where is this? Unlike now, sometimes where you just have few people who go there, because in some countries, you get few people who are just there, and when people are just forced to just choose those 2 candidates or whatever candidates that are put in those places. But when you have a lot of people, even if they don't come from the same party or they come from other places, but when you have more people who are really active in their politics, it's also a good sign than a country where only few people are active, and the majority, they just listen and say, yes, yes, say yes, madam. And they follow, and they have to choose whatever they are forced to do. But when you have a lot of active citizenship as well, it's also a good sign. That's why I'm saying you can always look at it, the coin from any angle, right?
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
a good citizenship would be involved.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so people should be involved. I'll give Kenyans that they're very involved, in their politics. So I'll give them that. But okay, just to add on top of the Gibeon, for me, what came to mind was with the story of Nehemiah when they were building the temple, and there was the people. Sanballat was one of the people who were against him, and they kept trying to undermine the efforts and so on. And Nehemiah told the people that you're going to build with a sword in your hand. So the builders were there, they're putting the stones and building the walls while they have a sword in their hand, to protect themselves. So that's what we have to do. We can't do one without the other. If we're building our countries, we have to protect our people and our leaders and ourselves. So yes.
Exactly. That's also another powerful scripture right there when they were rebuilding Jerusalem and the walls of Jerusalem and the temple. It's when those who might remember the story, it's when the Israelites were in Babylon. Remember, they were supposed to be there for 70 years. The prophecy from Prophet Jeremiah was they will be there for 70 years. But then that's where even people like Daniel come into the picture, because those are the people that prayed, as you said, His Excellency, that we need to pray. It took the prayers of Prophet Daniel to say, but Lord, the prophet says we should be in Babylon for 70 years, and 70 years has come and gone, and we are still in captivity. That's when people start saying we are doing 21-day fast, Daniel fast, but they don't know, they don't understand where it all came from. And those were times when people were questioning God's prophecy, meaning even a prophecy can be delayed when people are not in tune with God, or even praying, for example. And by the way, I'm not forcing people to be doing other things, but we're just making an illustration for those who might be joining us and saying now, So
you're right with what you say, His Excellency.
Yeah.
It's an analogy. Like Pastor.
It's an analogy, yeah.
You're right, 100%.
So yeah, and it was a prayer, and the answer came on the 21st. It wasn't that he planned to say, I'm going to be praying for 21 days until I get answered. On the 21st day, that's when and he encountered an angel. And when the angel was talking to him, what did he say? He talked about your answer was answered the day you started praying. The answer already was there, but it was what blocked. Even Africa, there's certain things, as you say, we need to pray for, His Excellency. Israel, it took them to pray. It took the people that really understood that, no, man, as Israelites, we are not supposed to be here in Babylon. Even us here as Africa, as our sister had mentioned about Nehemiah. Nehemiah comes after when all these things were now opened, where others had to pray and say, no, but as Africans, we are not supposed to be here. This is not where we are supposed to be. We're supposed to be one of the greatest nations, or the greatest continent in the world. We're supposed to be the shining light. We're supposed to be the number one in the world. And what did those people do? They had to do certain things. They started in prayer, as we have started with prayer as well through this channel. That's what we also believe in, and we are not substituting prayer with hard work. We are doing both. For some people who think Africans are just praying and not working, we are praying and working hard. That's why we are still awake. It's 2 a.m. in the morning in Africa. We're still awake. We're doing other things, but we still pray. We still work hard. So, and we are going high. Africa will be a shining light for the world. And and what she said about protecting and building, when
a hammer on one hand, a sword on the other.
Exactly, Sanballat and Tobias and those people who were trying to mock the children of Israel when they were rebuilding Jerusalem. So there will be mockers. Those are the things that we also need to be aware that as we're trying to build this continent, there will be those who mock us, be it under, they'll say, Africans, you've been saying this, you talk nothing. There'll be those who say, when we start, they'll say, you guys are not serious. These things will never even, your walls will fall soon, But we need to give focus to what we need to achieve as Africans and not get sidetracked by any negative forces. We're pushing positivity and we are looking ahead and we are building Africa and we will build Africa. with those who want to build Africa.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that we only talk and we don't work, just see the videos we are showing. I mean, I've been uploading here every time, and the work that we are doing, yeah, it's crazy sometimes, but it's very important. Prayer is very important because not everything happens just by talking or by action. Sometimes you do even action and nothing happens. Because the permission comes from God Himself. You know what I'm saying? Like some other things are spiritual warfare, and this world, everything you see in the physical, it begins in the spirit. Everything you see here, it begins in the spirit. So us being spiritual is actually going to the source. Going to the source, because you can never solve a problem if you don't know the source of the problem. So it's going to the source. It's dealing with the source. And when you deal with the source, that's why we pray first, then it becomes easy to deal with the issue. It's no longer an issue. That's why I came here the other day and I was like, you know what? I'm not afraid of, I'm ready to die for my people. It's not an easy statement to make. But that because when you intercede, when you pray, and we have been praying here, you come to realize that, oh man, message is more important than a messenger. And if God has given you a message, what do? You go, you deliver it. You're gonna face some difficulties, but you gotta walk. Whatever God is telling you to do, you are going to deliver that message. However long it takes, if it is 1 year, if it is 5 years, like His Excellency right here, but you're going to need to deliver that message. 5 years, He delivered that message. Now the messenger is gone, but the message still lives, and it's going to live forever. So it's, and him, I say this, today I mentioned these 3 things. If you admire of Magufuli, he believed in 3 things. That if you forget about everything, just remember these things. In all of his speech, and wherever he went, the first thing he said, the first thing he always said, is mtangulize Mungu siku zote. Mtangulize Mungu, it means keep God first every time, every day. That's what he said in every single speech he did. That was the very first thing he said. Mtangulize Mungu, mtangulize Mungu. So even when COVID came, he put God first. And you know his approach that he did back then, the world is adapting right now. That's what I was saying today in the afternoon. The British, all European countries, most of European countries, they're adapting right now. They're like, guys, now we just need to live with this. So we're easing up all this kind of restriction that we have. We need to live with it. That's what he did 2 years ago when he was coming. And they were against him. And even now, they're still not recognizing him. They're not acknowledging that. It seems like it's the big news. Oh, then no, Tanzania did that 2 years ago when COVID came. The world is doing right now 2 years later after knowing that, oh, this is not going anywhere. We need to live with it. Spain, Barcelona was showing that. They were doing that as well. Say, okay, now we need to. 2 years ago, and everybody was against it. Oh, this man is trying to pray for this and this and this and that. He's not locking down the country. Okay, let me not go there, but because that's the whole new other topic to talk about. I know how people, they're always defensive coming with that. But the point is, that was the first thing. Tangulize Mungu. The second one, hapa kazi tu, which means hapa, it means here. Kazi tu is like only work. Here, only work. Tangulize Mungu in everything you do, and here only work. Hapa kazi tu. That was his policy. So it's work, and you saw 5 years what he did, man. He did what was not done for 60 years. Hapa kazi tu. The last one is patriotism. This guy, he had a love for Africa. You can see that flag there. Love for the country. And there's something that a lot of leaders are lacking, love for the people. And especially those people who are, because you can love your country, you can say you love your country, but do you love your people? Do you know that you're not a leader of the country? Do you know that you're a leader of the people? It's 2 different things that people sometimes they forget. They care about the country's development, but the well-being of the people is bad. Development, the true development, according to what I studied, is the one that, of course, your country is going well, infrastructure and everything, and the well-being of people also is going up. These two things, they have to go together. But you see, the country is really developed, but people are struggling and suffering. It just looked good, beautiful buildings. I lived in that place for a long time, and I've seen people, they're not happy. They're asking me constantly that, Mika, what happened? You guys, sometimes you don't even have food, but why? You're just happy. Where is that coming from? That's well-being of the people. And so these three things, he didn't just believe, he didn't just talk about it, but he lived it. He lived. God first, here only work, and the love for the country, for the continent, and for the people. And especially those, he did not care about, honestly, to be honestly, he did not care about leaders. The only thing he cared about leaders is that to work. You don't work, you're out. Your job is to work. That's why you run, to be somebody. Oh, that's why I appointed you as a leader. You're here to work. You don't work, you're out. That's why you cut down a lot of stuff. You're out because you're here to serve your people. If your people are dying with hunger, why are you guys spending a lot of money in your meetings buying chicken and rice and all this stuff? So in their meeting, you know what they're having? They're having water and groundnuts in the meetings. Leaders, before they will have feast, they would like bring the food maybe from Hyatt regions, hotel. They'll come there, basing like a feast. They're like, how people dying with hunger and you're having feast? No, you're gonna have groundnuts and water. This man, so you can all the meetings. There was a big news. It said this money we need to save for our people. And so education, it became free. And so many things, it went to development. Build so many schools. Roads, if you go to Tanzania, man, right now, everywhere is connected with the standard gauge road. Like you will see that, the beautiful road, everywhere you go. And it's good, amazing, because he cared a lot about quality. He used to be a minister of roads. So he cared about that. I can go on and on, talk about this until tomorrow. The point is, man, there's a lot of things to learn about this man. And I told you guys before that I'm reading this book that is talking about his leadership policies for 5 years. And I think this book, it happened even before. I mean, they were preparing it before even he died. And if you guys get The Game Changer, you guys find that book. If you want to know more about his work and what, just find The Game Changer. Buy it online and read it. It's written by Tanzanians, people, professors. So you can read that book, The Game Changer. This will help you to understand what this man stood for in this century, in this age for Africa, because it's possible, man. It is possible. Man. His Excellency, you saw the other stream that I prepared, right? Don't know.
I haven't even checked. I think His Excellency,
we need to set for another day.
Yeah.
Haven't done your homework.
This is already past. It's over an hour since almost an hour since the other stream was supposed to start. We're gonna see what we can do there, but yeah.
It can be for another time, right? I said it. You saw it. You can see it, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
You can see the thumbnail and everything. I did a pretty good job with this thumbnail.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was good. You should bring the brother back again. He was also very. He had a lot of good information.
Of course, that brother, I'm bringing him back to talk about, Swahili language and everything. He's very knowledgeable. Today, when we were talking about Magufuli, I had a guest, the guy who will be coming and talk about Swahili and everything. So you guys can check it out. I love that brother, and we'll have more conversation. Now, I don't know, even today we might have another conversation because there's a lot to talk about. And yeah, we'll see.
He's based in Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was in the US. He was in the US for a long time. Okay. And he came to Ethiopia basically to just to spread Swahili. That's his mission.
Wow. He should join the diaspora show then.
I think he even knows those guys. I think he knows them. Because he lived there for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, we need all the perspectives. People have different experiences. People have, different people they've met and so on. And yeah, it's good to hear people's perspectives.
Indeed.
Wow.
All right. So, I mean, for this one that I created, I'm just gonna leave it like that. There, it will just stay like that until the time that any time that it will go live. That diaspora talk basically is what we are talking about here, talking to our Black people all over the world to pay attention to Africa. This is because it's really annoying that, and anyways, people are being human, so I cannot say it's really annoying, but let's support Africa, guys. Anyways.
Yes. Yeah. Our long goodbyes. It's going to 4 hours.
It's always like that.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Maybe we can end this here. But we should definitely have another conversation very soon about now maybe delving more about the policies in Tanzania that the men did, the works that people can know about, and all those things. I think sometimes in leadership, those are the things that people want to emulate as well when they see great leaders. What were their policies, and how did they implement them? Because in every African country, there's a lot of proposed documents that are really out there that you can really read this document and policies and say, wow, this is very progressive. But why is it not being implemented? Why are they not being implemented? And such things we will love to see from our late president, Magufuli. If in the coming session, we need to have where we can have more of those things, like how they implement, as you said, the Game Changer, the other book as well. If somebody can have it a soft copy or even a hard copy, you can really go into it and try to get some info right there. And that will be really helpful for the knowledge sharing of Africans, because one of the great things that I'm really passionate about is also as Africans to know more about other sectors and other things in Africa that can really empower us quickly, because knowledge is what can really drive economic growth and even development quickly, besides money. Because money without knowledge, you're really going to lose a lot of money. You find that your projects that are supposed to be cheap to implement, they become expensive because you don't have the knowledge.
True. And also don't forget to update us on what happened with the whole with the Masai case, Mika.
Oh yeah,
the next one. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. I will go.
Okay.
If you want to know, I mean, let me show you guys here the picture of the book I'm talking about. You can find it. I don't know if they have online, but I see the picture here. This is the book. Oh, I think they launched this. They launched this book after his death. Yeah, the Game Changer. See this news? Why kind of nonetheless news like this? Anyways, yeah, this, you see this one, right? This is what I'm showing you guys. It looks like this. Yeah, that's how it looks like. So you see that? Find that book, and it's pretty good book, and it's big. Yeah, for those who, even if you don't love reading, just go and read this. It will help you to understand the policies and how he did and how he faced things. It's very well written. First term in the office, like that was, they began to write for his first term, so they were gonna write for the second term, but
I wish they could still write it anyway, just so the information is out there. But I'll definitely get this one. And another another person who was a big proponent of President Magufuli was PLO Lumumba. Do you know him?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh.
Oh, thank you so much for reminding me, because I need to reach out to him. I want to have a conversation with him right here.
Oh man, that will be epic.
Oh
Whoa,
man, I want to have
yeah.
a conversation with him about. Then this will be the best topic to talk about Magufuli. People they
Man.
don't know is that guy. He knows a lot, and he met up with him. And I recently got his number. I need to reach out to him.
Oh, please do, because
Mm.
he was speaking for me. He was the one who really, made me aware of Magufuli, and when his speech was called the Magulification of African politics.
Magufulification.
Sorry.
Magufulification.
Oh, sorry, it's such a long word. I'm already tripping. Magulification of I think it was African politics, and he talked about the work that Magufuli was doing in Tanzania and his policy and his philosophy, and even in Lumumba's estimation, he said at this time Magufuli is the one holding the torch for the freedom fighters in Africa, and he was talking about he's continuing the work that was started by Nkrumah, Nyerere, and our pioneers. So and he gave a very powerful what do you call the thing where you say something in the speech at the funeral? Epi? Huh? Do you know?
I don't know.
Anyway, epilogue. Eulogue. I cannot remember it now, but he gave a very powerful testimony, after Magufuli's passing. So I would recommend those two speeches too. The long one of Africa, and the one he gave at Magufuli's send-off. Yes.
Mm. He was there, Professor Lumumba.
Was he there? I don't know, because at that time I know that there was restrictions on travel, so I wasn't sure.
No, yeah, because I was watching, but he didn't say anything. Maybe if he said later on, somewhere else, but not there. He was not there.
No, not at the time. Not that he was presently there, but he gave a speech. Like the send-off speech. But I don't think he traveled, because at that time there was a restriction. So I think he just gave the speech, during when it was happening. But I'm not sure. But I know that he gave a speech, at Magufuli's
I've seen those speeches of Magufulification. He was talking at the University of Dar es Salaam. I think those are very important. Yeah, to maybe one time to just show it here. It's very important.
Yes. Yeah. So that's just a quick introduction to Magufuli, his works and what people say about him too. Everybody who said anything about him, had only good things to say. And yeah.
Actually, you gave me an idea. I think after this we finish, but I can go live, not to talk or anything, but just to show that video, because I think it's really long, and today is the best day to show that.
Okay.
Yes, I think I can just show that the entire thing.
But you do be careful, because sometimes I don't know how sometimes YT strikes and all that. But well, you probably have it. Because sometimes if you play somebody else's video, sometimes they could strike you.
Oh yeah.
Or something,
exactly.
Unless you own it.
Yeah.
Oh yes, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. I know it's long, and I see part 1 and 2. Yeah. Yeah, but that was a good speech. I've heard it several times.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, me too.
Who are the rising leaders?
Anyways, His Excellency.
Who are taking? I'm saying who are the rising leaders who are taking over the baton now?
Are you opening another pot of stew?
No, we need to celebrate this life, and as I say, policies, all these things. I mean, leadership. We need to look at it holistically and not just what we've already seen from the man's actions, but his policies, what he stands for. Those are the things that inspire more people to do more things, and greater things. Because when we're looking at the leadership and we're looking at the people, we don't just look at them as they're giving us speeches only, but we also look at how they did it, how did they do it, how did they implement it, because we are talking about action plans for Africa, being brutally honest, and action in everything that we do. So those are the things that we need for inspiration. Those are the things that we need to be learning from, drawing inspiration, and also trying to implement them in our own environments. Because if you look at a lot of models that are used in many places, sometimes they don't even come from our continent. But when we have great leaders that have models that we can utilize to improve our home countries, our home environments, let's make sure that we draw so much out of it and use our own people and our own knowledge systems that are in Africa.
Absolutely. We need to see more examples of our successes so that we know that, we have the possibilities. Because if we're constantly shown, other people succeeding and we can't, we'll think that, we don't have what it takes. So when somebody comes in and you're talking about being strict, absolutely. I think that it is time for us, for the leaders to be strict and for the people to be disciplined, because, we can't just still go about, with the old ways of, happy-go-lucky and all this while the world, is literally burning around us. This is a time to be serious and to take things seriously. I know we joke, especially in Kenya, we joke a lot about corruption and these things and so on, but the consequences, it's taking more from us, than we can give, and it will continue taking until people say no, it's taken enough. There has to be a time when we say we have to just do better. We can't just be hopeful and like you say, you pray, but you do something. You don't just pray and go about your life and not do anything. So yeah, it's time, and like I said earlier, let's not define ourselves by other people's terms. Let us redefine our terms. If somebody says, oh, well, Magufuli was, he restricted the media, therefore he was against freedom of speech, we can say, no, he was protecting the truth in the media, and he didn't want frivolous, news reports. Some people can say, oh, well, he was a dictator, he was this. I'm not saying that we lie about what happened. We can say the facts in truth, and somebody can come away with what the truth is for them. But let us not just randomly be putting names on things and then we condemn everything with one fell swoop. So sometimes we think, oh, well, if somebody tells you what to do, then they're being a dictator. Well, your employer tells you what to do every day. The government tells you what to do. So there is going to be some dictatorship everywhere you go. But sometimes if somebody says something, especially if that person has a vision, if he was just telling people to do things just because, he wanted it for himself, then you can say, well, that's not right. So even saying somebody's a dictator, those are terms that we use for, those are not our terms, those are foreign terms. So when we look at something, let us look at the action, not so much as at the label.
Yes. One politician in my country once said something about what you're saying, and also looking at leadership. If in terms of leadership, there's no leader who doesn't get criticized. Every leader will get criticized. And every leader will have some shortfall somewhere.
Sorry? Oops, I think we lost him. Okay, but, it happened earlier, so let's just keep talking until he gets back. Continue.
Okay, yeah. As I was saying that no leader, every leader will get criticized, no matter how good you may be, or no matter how majority of the country loves you, you'll get certain sector of the community that will not like you and or will not like your policies, and there are those who will not like you as an individual, and there are those who like you as an individual and as the policies that you put on the floor. So that is just something that is out there, and as a leader, leaders need to know that you will get criticized on policy. Others might like you but criticize certain policies. Others might not like all your policies, but that doesn't make you a failure as a person. So those are the things that we need to make peace with. As every leader who's ascending to power or in everything, you will get criticized. You will not, certain decisions you'll make that will not be popular. That's part of leadership, and you can't run away from it. Right. Or else you'll become you'll never lead anything. If when they tell you this is not right, you just do it. this one says this, you want to please everyone, you'll not do anything in your country. You'll end up becoming even weaker in making decisions, you know.
Yeah.
And something that I was saying about some of the leaders, one leader that I once heard when they were talking about leadership, like in Africa, if leaders are not really decisive, then what's the point of putting somebody there who's not decisive in something? At the end of the day, decision has to be made. It might not be popular, it might be popular, but a decision has to be made at the end of the day. And as much as, yes, there will be factors that you'll be looking at in terms of saving your people or helping your people, but for the people, they might not see it the same way you're trying to present it as well. So some of the things is because there's a lot of things that they want to do as leaders, but your people do not know about them. Hence, they sometimes don't get support that they need to be receiving from us as the communities or as people or as the government, because we are the government at the end of the day. It's not just government, it's some politicians sitting in an office. We are part of the government. We can also hold our government to account.
Absolutely. And, you know, if we want better leaders, we also have to be, you know, better citizenry. You know, if we want them to be leaders and be responsible, we also have to hold them accountable. And we have to know what we want in leaders. Sometimes, you know, people go for the person who's charismatic and, you know, has a way with words, and that's good. You know, you have to be able to, you know, inspire the people and get them, you know, energized and excited. That's all good, but we shouldn't just look at that and be satisfied with that. I think at the end of the day, it's not as to politics is not a popularity contest, although it sort of is, but that's not all it is. It's supposed to be about results. Let's judge ourselves and our leaders by the results that they give. Even if you don't like them, let's say you don't like, you know, the leader of your group, but then, you know, when you go out, you know, you do things, let's just say you're a part of a team and your captain is a horrible, mean person, and he doesn't like people, but he knows how to, you know, lead the team, and you go and win games. You know, when you win a game, you want to be saying, oh, you were driving us too hard, or you were being mean to us and all that. The results, you know, show the work that you have done. So whether a person is nice, it would be nice to have people who are, you know, pleasant and all that. But like you're saying, with somebody with money, I'd rather somebody who's, you know, lacks all people's skills, but is good with my money, than somebody who's smiling in my face and losing all my money, you know. So our focus should be, what are you going to do, and did you do it? For ourselves and for our leaders. I'm done.
Now, I think maybe let's do the other stream if His Excellency needs to close this one. But we've learned a lot.
Consider it.
You know, this is something else.
All right, guys.
I think we really needed the other part, His Excellency.
Okay, good. Then let me stop this. All right, guys. Okay, the other one, then I will start right away. I'll just open it to be open.
Let's go get some coffee, some Robusta.
It's already live there. Guys, there's another stream is live there. You guys can go and visit that one. And His Excellence, you can just finish with the word of prayer, and I miss your prayer, my brother.
Okay. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for the life of the late President Magufuli. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the grace that you had given him to serve your people, Lord. We thank you for his life, and we thank you, Father, that you've given us great leaders. We thank you, Father, that we may learn from them, may draw inspiration, and we may implement them going forward. We pray, Father God, for our leaders, future leaders, and ourselves as leaders in this continent and abroad. We pray, Heavenly Father, that you give us the wisdom, you give us the strength and the grace, Lord, to achieve everything that needs to be achieved and to do what needs to be done on this continent. We pray that we may love our people, we may love this continent, and we may have vision, Lord. bless us with the vision that we need to take forward for our people. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Indeed. Indeed. Yes.
Amen.
Okay, good morning. You go to this work. Bye bye.